All right, good luck, bud. Yeah, I'm not. I appreciate it. I think we're good. You guys ready? Yeah. Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the July 8, 2025 regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach. I hope you all had a happy and healthy Independence Day holiday weekend. I'm sure there's a full house tonight. You're here probably for different reasons, so we have a lot going on tonight. Just ask for your patience as we work through a pretty heavy agenda that we have. Some of you may be here for Little League, some of you be here for the building services contract. Some of you may be here for the fire assessment fee. Some of you may be here for any of the other items that we have on our agenda. So just ask your patience tonight as we work through the agenda. We'll do it as efficiently as we can, be respectful to one another. We'll be respectful to you. A lot of new faces here, so I appreciate you coming tonight and being with us this evening. And we're going to have a good meeting for you. But in the meantime, we need to start the business. And Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plout,
Here.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. We're going to now stand for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have approval of city commission meeting minutes for the regular city commission meeting, June 17, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board minutes from the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting minutes of April 8th, 2025, the African American Heritage Board of May 8th, 2025, the Code Compliance meeting minutes of May 13, 2025, and May 27, 2025, and the Community Appearance Board meeting minutes of April 23rd, 2025, May 14, 2025, and May 28, 2025.
Motion to approve for all.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone negative? No, let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have the approval of the agenda for this evening, July 8, 2025.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve their agenda for the second by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press star 9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing star 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In my eagerness to start the meeting, I forgot to log in, so just bear with me. Okay, there we go. Thank you, everybody. Awards and recognitions for this evening. Number one, probably why a lot of you are here, is recognition presented to the Deerfield Beach Little League Board. The Little League Board works tirelessly behind the scenes to organize both our fall and spring baseball and girls softball seasons, from scheduling games to securing fields, coordinating volunteers, and making sure everything runs smoothly. They are the heart of our league, dedicating countless hours after work and on weekends to ensure that every child has a safe, fun, and meaningful experience on the field. Their leadership and planning create structure and consistency, allowing our players and families to focus on what matters most: learning, growing, and enjoying the game. They continually improve the league experience, from maintaining high standards of sportsmanship and safety to supporting player development and community involvement. Quite simply, the league wouldn't exist without them. Their passion, teamwork, and commitment keep our program thriving season after season, and we cannot thank them enough. Also, we also want to take a moment to have our all-star players stand up so we can applaud their efforts. So we have a certificate for the board members. I'm going to read off the names in a minute. So after I read all the members of the board, and then the players who may or may not be here, we're all going to come over to my right, your left, and stand in the corner there. We have that pretty picture. We're going to take a picture for everybody. I'm going to encourage all of my colleagues to join me in the picture as well, because this is extremely important. And we thank all of you for coming. And we also want to just celebrate everything that you do here in the city of Deerfield Beach. It's a lot of work. More than we could ever know. And I see the moms shaking their heads back there. I can see that. So we also want to thank you for coming. But the board members, if you're here, I'm going to read the board members first. If you're here, would stand up. And then when I'm done with the board members and the players, if you could all come down over here to the right, my right, we'll take a picture. So the board members are Kristen Champagne, Kristen Miller, Dylan Johnson, Brittany Eller, Roberto Syward. Am I saying that right? Close. Rachel Syward. And Caitlin Marulis. I apologize in advance if I butchered anybody's names this evening, because I'll probably do it again. But the players that we have are Albert Hill. Is he here this evening? Dan, yes. Lucas Medina. Jason Smith. Gabriel Mendez. Gabriel here? Not here. We were batting 1,000 until Gabriel. Jaden Nolan. Jack Miller. Nicholas Champagne. Lucas Ridge Lavoy. Connor Silveria. Come on, Connor, get up. Cole Eller. Huck Seward. William Marulis. Hayden Young. And last but certainly not least, Jacob Acevedo. all so much. One big round of applause for all of them, please. There we go. That's a base hit with the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth if I've ever seen it. All right, if everyone, if you could please come forward over here to the right, we'll take a group picture. Commission? Next, we have the certificate of recognition presented by Captain Hofstein to the BSO PAL program. Oh. Featuring Commissioner Hudak.
There you go.
Yeah, I feel like
There you go.
I only have the pleasure of inviting down to the podium, the members of our Police Athletic League gym team. If, Coach Atnito, Coach Seabass, if you'll come on down, members of our team, come on down, pal guys. Where's my pal team? Come on, don't be shy. Come on down. All of our coaches and our distinguished boxers, come on down, please. And I'm now going to hand it off to our distinguished commissioner, Michael Hudak, sir. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chief. Greatly appreciated. Broward Sheriff's Office, Police Athletic League, or PAL Gym, located here in Deerfield Beach on the second floor of Fire Station 1, is a juvenile crime prevention program that uses sports, academics, and recreational activity to foster stronger relationships between law enforcement and Broward County youth. This facility has a fully equipped boxing gym where young men and women come to learn boxing skills and participate in boxing fitness classes. Over the past 3 months, I have had the honor to witness this program firsthand and am amazed at the quality of the coaching. As for the youth participating in the program, I could not be prouder if they were my own children. I have seen them grow in confidence and mature into fine young adults while honing their boxing skills. I can confidently say the future of Deerfield Beach is brighter than ever. Our PAL Gym is a registered member of the National PAL and a charter member of USA Boxing. All of the coaches are certified through USA Boxing and have many years of experience. In addition, members can participate in USA Boxing sanctioned events and competitions such as the Junior Olympics and Golden Globes. As for the coaches, we have some tremendous coaches. Coach Rich Antamino, and I'm sorry, Rich, he's also my coach, so I'm going to hear about that one later. He's a prior professional fighter with 10 years with UFC. He's currently assigned to the Sheriff's Office Deerfield Beach Operational Development Team. Coach D'Angelo Fuentes. If you go to the PAL Gym, you'll see Golden Glove champion Daniel Fuentes, national champion. He's a professional boxer with numerous years and once prior member for our BSO PAL award, BSO PAL. He was awarded the ringside champion in 2014, which he defeated 4 other fighters from across the United States. We are fortunate to have D'Angelo return, as he is one of the reasons this gym still has a reputation across the country for having outstanding competitors. Coach Angel Entravia. I have seen him actually get a call on Friday and say, okay, we'll be in Georgia on Monday in order to fight. So, or on Saturday in order to fight. So Coach Entravia goes above and beyond. He's volunteered thousands of hours dedicating himself to all of the fighters in our gym while also fulfilling his career with Homeland Security. Angel has pushed for our fighters to attend all of the tournaments possible to challenge mentally and physically, preparing them for the world that awaits them. Angelo also referees and judges for USA Boxing. The gentleman I asked to put this together actually didn't put a bio for himself, but if it wasn't for this gentleman, the PAL Gym wouldn't be what it is. The equipment, the upgrades. So Deputy John Seabest, I know you're here. I saw him earlier. I don't know. Oh, there he is. Okay. We could all thank Deputy Seabest for that. The ultimate goal of everyone who steps into the ring is to wear a championship belt. Earlier this year, we had numerous fighters participate in the Florida Golden Globes. 2 of those members did very, very well. Louis Correa, he's been a member of our PAL Gym since 2022. He won the Burt Sugar World Champion in 2024. And he's won the Florida Golden Globes in the 138-pound class in 2024 and 2023. Miguel Echeverria, he's a member of our PAL since 2018. He's won the Sugar Burt World Championship for 132 pounds this year in 2025. Yeah, Florida Golden Gloves champion for 125 pounds in 2024. Florida PAL Championship in 125 pounds in 2024. Florida Silver Gloves in 2022. Burt Sugar WBC 214-pound champion in 2023. Burt Sugar 206-pound champion 2022. I guess he's been eating a lot. And the Florida Silver Glove champion at 65 pounds. Sadly, Miguel is leaving us. He has been accepted to the prestigious West Point Military Academy. He's going to be joining his brother on their boxing team. So that's absolutely amazing. If I could have the coaches come up front, please. As I said earlier, the reason why everybody gets into the ring is to win a championship. So we've got something to present to Miguel and Louis. So if you guys can come up front, it'd be greatly appreciated. I'm glad I worked out. I gotta say. Time for photos, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you guys, one of the coaches want to say something about the PAL program or these fine young men. That worked out good, guys.
Captain, you can guide them.
I'm going to bail out the UFC fighter. No, I simply want to say I thank you so much for taking the time to recognize their outstanding accomplishments. You guys are inspirational to everyone everywhere, let alone especially here in Deerfield Beach. Obviously, it's invaluable, the outreach and the engagement that this provides to the youth in our community. And we know that's what it's all about. So once again, I want to thank you, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, for taking the time once again to recognize those that work behind the scenes to do such amazing things in this city that are so important and are the foundation to everything that we do here at the Sheriff's Office in our Deerfield Beach District, which is about engage our youth, provide positive role models, positive inspiration, and great accomplishments. Amazing, amazing boxing program. And I do want to thank John. I do want to thank Coach Rich. Let's call him Coach Rich.
Yeah.
It's not easier that way, for all the effort that they put into this program. And I applaud you all, gentlemen. Thank you.
Like before, Captain, if you want to move everyone over to the picture, we'll take a photo. We'll bring the commission down.
We've got some future champions in the house too, right over here. Yeah, that was fun.
It looked like it's awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. Got my future bodyguard. All 30
For those of you interested, Coach Rich, the UFC fighter, will be taking on Commissioner Hudak right after the commission meeting.
It'll be a very short bout.
Otherwise, Mr. City Attorney, we are on to the public hearings, number 4.
There is a presentation.
Oh,
number
I'm
three.
sorry. I was so anxious. Number 3, yes.
Number 3 is a presentation by Rodney Brimlow, City Manager, regarding public safety.
Here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, residents, and concerned citizens of Deerfield Beach. I'm here today to provide some updates. There has been a lot of conversation lately about the contracts for services provided by the Broward Sheriff's Office, specifically with regard to fire rescue services and law enforcement services. So today, my goal is to provide you an update on where we are, how we got here, and what some of the future considerations may be for this commission as we move forward in this particular moment. I wanted to start off by saying that it has been the case, certainly as long as I can remember and as long as anybody that I have spoken to can inform me, that the city has consistently been supportive and pleased with the services that we receive from the professional law enforcement and firefighters that are on our streets every day, that respond to calls for service, and that provide exemplary service to our residents, whether that be on the police side or on the fire rescue side. And nothing that we say that I cover today or that has been indicative of any of this process in any way negatively reflects on the men and women that serve our community every single day. So I want to start off by saying that. But there have been 2 ongoing issues that we're dealing with. One of them is that the sheriff has refused to meet with the contract cities collectively to discuss future contractual terms. This is an important issue because all of the cities have sort of like Me Too clauses, and all of the cities, there are numerous cities throughout the county that contract services, and we need to be on the same page about what the expectations are with the sheriff's office. We all have individual needs as well, and each city is different. But the bulk of the contract, the main provisions of the contract, are pretty much the same across the board. We've been requesting that meeting for quite some time, and that has not happened. But that is not specifically what tonight is about. That is something to deal with future contracts. We already have a contract in place. And that's really where the issue comes, is that recently, many people are aware, the sheriff made an ultimatum, basically that he wished to violate a particular provision of the contract. And when the city asked him to honor the commitment of the contract, instead, he responded with terminating services. And the specific provision of the contract is really a section, it's called Section 6 of the consideration. And when I use the word consideration, that's related to the contract. So that's what that means when I'm talking about it here. This Section 6 deals with what's called the caps, or the cap calculation of the contract, specifically on both the fire and the police, and there are two separate contracts. Both of them indicate that the contract is not to exceed an annual increase of 5% over the previous year. That's extremely important because we have to be able to budget years down the road. Public safety is about 45% of our budget. And if we don't have some kind of idea of where that's going, it makes it impossible for us to plan other services, necessary services that we have to provide to the community. So the cap is extremely important. There are, however, in both the fire and police contracts, exceptions to the 5%. Those are in orange. Workers' compensation, pension contributions, those are pass-throughs that the sheriff's office simply passes through, like the word says, those costs to us, as well as the health insurance premiums which have a different cap. And they have a different cap because we all know that there's a lot greater variability and volatility in health insurance premiums. And so when the contracts were negotiated 5 years ago, and even more than that, those extra percentage points were added in for that. But the essential thing that you always hear is there's a 5% cap. And what that means is that excluding workers' comp, pension, and health insurance premiums, the cost cannot exceed 5% over the previous year. Another section, that was Section 6B, Section 6C, both in law enforcement and fire rescue, say that we're to receive what the future year costs will be by May 1st. In other words, this last May 1st of 2025, we were to receive the letter that gives us the cost for fiscal year 26 so that we can use it in our budget planning purposes. That letter that comes on May 1st is supposed to be within the 5% cap. That's honoring the entire Section 6 on both contracts. When we received, and we did receive the letters, I'll show them to you here. You can see circled in orange is the May 1st. And for the purposes here, the green and the red will kind of follow the police and the fire respectively. So we did receive those letters on May 1st. They came to us as they have in every year previous. Since 2022, when I was brought on as public safety director, we have been receiving them regularly on the May 1st deadline, and they have filled those obligations. But every year we also do what's called a cap analysis. And what that means is taking out those three that don't count, if you will, and looking at the rest of the costs, have the costs been below the 5% increase? So based on the letter that was received, the May 1st letter, the proposed fire rescue costs that BSO sent to us was an increase of 9.4%. And it exceeded the contractual cap by $1.1 million. This letter that you see in front of you is my letter to BSO saying, hey, the letter that you sent on May 1st, the initial consideration exceeded the cap. And I'd like for you to go back down and reduce the amounts to come within the cap. And just to be clear, I did this in 2022. The numbers were reduced, 2023 and 2024. So this is not unlike any of the previous 3 years. The numbers are bigger, but the request was the same. On the law enforcement side, the same thing. The proposed law enforcement that came in on May 1st demonstrated a net increase of 10.3%, which is $1.2 million above the cap. The total actual increase year over year is $7.25 million. But just as I mentioned in previous years, we sent the letters back to BSO, said, hey, this is what we came up with the cap analysis. We'd like for you to revise the letters and send them back. I asked for that to be done by June 16th, which was about 2.5 weeks, somewhere around 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks. There was no response from the sheriff's office. So on June 17th, I sent another email saying, we haven't heard anything. Can you please respond? The following day, my admin received an email. We received your notice. We still didn't receive anything else. And then in the following week, on 6/23, we received a letter from the sheriff's office, and I will quote it. This is on June 23rd. Your letter indicating that you're unwilling to waive the 5% cap on personnel costs has placed BSO in a very difficult and unwanted position. Further, it says, if the city is unwilling to agree to these increases, the only recourse BSO has is to terminate the contracts. Now, it's not a matter of just agreeing to the increases. It's agreeing to violating other provisions of the contract. It's agreeing to exceeding what would normally be in place for the 5%. This notice was given to us on June 23rd, gave us a 1-week turnaround time, and said if you don't agree during this week, this letter's notice of termination effective 6/30, 1 week later, with services being effective on September 30th. Now, the contract does have a provision that either party can give a 90-day notice to terminate the contract. And so the 90-day notice itself is not a violation of the contract. It's just the sheriff using the provision of that contract and saying, okay, if you don't allow us to have these increases, then we will terminate services. Nevertheless, I continued to dialogue and sent another letter 4 days after that, again saying that the city maintains its position that BSO should provide updated considerations that are consistent with the existing contract. And it's a key item because we're not talking about some other provision. We have a contract in place. All that the city has been asking is that the sheriff's office abide by the contract that's in place. Since then, the city has neither sent nor received any additional correspondence. So it puts us in an awkward position for sure. We're being asked to allow a contract service provider to exceed the contract by a significant amount, or else they terminate services. I want to explain for just a minute what the importance of this is, and a little history will help. In fiscal year 22, the sheriff's office contracts totaled $56.6 million. So that's police and fire services were $56.6 million. This fiscal year, we're paying $68 million. What's proposed for next year with the 10.7% overall increase is $75.3 million. They have, and I'll explain it in a minute, they've done a salary study which impacts some of these numbers. So for the fiscal year 27, they would be looking at an 11% increase, around $83.5 million. And with those projections and the other costs that we expect to increase, puts us at fiscal year 29 at just at $100 million for public safety, for 2 contracts of public safety. So that's 3 more additional fiscal years. What we have been doing throughout the time from 2022 up until now is we have been working diligently on trying to get the public safety costs below our tax revenue. In fiscal year 22, we started off with police and fire being $6.7 million more than our ad valorem tax revenue. We kept working that down each year until this year we finally got to $3.3 million. And we were at the time, the trajectory was to get to about zero, maybe next fiscal year or the year after. However, with the proposed increases that we received, that sets us back 4 years and puts us back to a $6 million deficit. The projected increases will continue to outpace the ad valorem tax revenue increases. So that gap will get wider and wider over the next 3 fiscal years, putting us expected at fiscal year 29 at about a $16.1 million gap. That $16.1 million gap is unsustainable. The only way that we would be able to meet that, if we do not come up with some other revenue sources, is to increase the tax rate, the base millage rate. The base millage rate to compensate for that $16 million is about 1 to 1.4 mils. So instead of a 6.0 millage rate, you'd be looking at somewhere around 7.1, 7.2. That's to cover the $16 million gap. So I present that because I think it's important to see, regardless of what we may think about some of the provisions of the contract, the cost escalations are an inordinate burden on what we're experiencing with our city tax revenues. I want to take a look, now that you understand the history, a little bit of a closer look at what that cap analysis is and how that factors into this. So I'm going to use last year as an example. Last year, on the left side, you can see that we received our letter on May 1st, 2024 for $32.6 million. The analysis that was done, I did the analysis myself as the public safety director and sent back to BSO, hey, you're over the cap. We need you to reduce it by this much money. July 11th, we received the revised consideration for 32.4. On the fire rescue contract, on the left, you see the May 1st letter. It was at 36 million. Again, I did a cap analysis on that. It was over, sent it back, said, please revise the consideration letter. They did. And on July 11th, sent us an updated consideration letter for 35.6 million. This is the same in 2023 and 2022. It's no different. This is what the analysis actually looks like. If you look at the left side of the screen, you'll see that the fiscal year 24 to 25 comparison is done. And what's removed is the retirement costs, the life health insurance costs, the workers' compensation. And when you do that, on the top left there, you see that there's 5.8%. That's what was originally submitted to us on May 1st of last year. After I sent back the cap analysis and said it's too high, BSO sent back a revised letter and brought them to 4.99%, which is under the 5% cap. On the right side is the fire rescue, same thing. What you see at the top on the right is the original based on the May 1st letter that had fire rescue at 6.7%, which is over the 5% cap. I sent them the letter. This is the revisions that need to be made. They made the revisions, sent it back, and came in at 4.97. This was a $600,000 savings to the city. But it was $600,000 that we had to catch. This year, it happens to be 2.3 million is the difference instead of 600,000. BSO has said that a large portion, if not most, of the increase is based on salaries. And so I did want to make a comment about the salary study, but I want to caution you also about the salary study, that the salary study is the agency's study for what they need to do to compensate their employees appropriately. We contract services with them. So at the beginning, I will say that the salary study is not the city's initiative. This is an initiative by the sheriff's office for what they need to be adequately compensating their employees. And we did our own salary study a few years ago, as you know, and the city is on the hook for their own salary study. We did a salary study. We didn't go to any of our contract providers and say, hey, we did a salary study and it's costing us $3.5 million. So we're not going to pay you what we would normally pay you because we have this other responsibility. The entity itself is responsible for the salary study. And I think in the case of BSO, they, as I said in the second bullet on the left, the presumptive results of their study indicate that they have some staff that may be paid less than their counterparts elsewhere. So this isn't about questioning the validity of the salary study. They had professionals do the salary study, and I'm sure that they probably followed, the appropriate rules to get the answers they needed. But on the first bullet, it was in April that we were notified that BSO had conducted a salary study. On April 14th, myself and our city attorney went and met with some of the BSO command, and they said that they would like to be implementing the results of the salary study effective in fiscal year 26. This is 2 weeks before the May 1st letter is due to us. This is in April. This is 2 months ago. BSO stated that they believe that the increase in salaries would enhance the recruitment and retention efforts for their employees in law enforcement and fire rescue. And the results that they gave at that particular meeting was roughly they needed to increase for salary only, and that's a critical, important point. But for salary only, for both contracts would be about 8.1 million over the 2-year period. So it's salary only. What I mean by that is it doesn't include any other costs, increases in, I don't know, anything, fuel, vehicle purchases, computers, whatever else they might have. So on the right, in blue, you see that it says the proposed salary only adjustments for law enforcement would be 21% and for fire rescue would be 14%. There was no indication about year 3 or any of the future years. And because no other cities, we haven't got these, we don't know what these contracts look like. We have no idea what the provisions are in the future. Even if there are provisions in those other contracts, I have my own concerns about if you don't agree in the future, then you may also end up the same, we might be having the same meeting. But also with the salary only adjustments, you also have to look at what is impacted that might be other hidden parts of the bill. On retirement, which is a pass-through. So if you're increasing salaries, you're increasing retirement. Retirement is a percentage of salary. So when you increase salary, you increase retirement. When you increase salary, you increase overtime. Insurance, and it doesn't include operating costs or any other capital expenses or anything else that might be in the contract. So salary only adjustments of 8.1 million are going to factor into many other areas of the contract. Part of the issue with the salary study, which I would agree based on what they showed us, that BSO starting salaries seem to be lower than some of their counterparts. The connection was trying to be made that that is why they are not retaining or getting good quality employees. There's a whole other area of questions that can be answered regarding the salary study. My position to this commission would be that in reality, though, this is an attempt to transfer the responsibilities of the recruitment and retention to us. We are contracting the services for them. We would never do this with any other contract service provider. We have dozens of them in the city, and we would never allow for the transfer of the responsibility to be put on us. The other part of it is that we have a contract in place to mitigate our financial risk. We have to be able to plan for our future for our citizens in a variety of ways, not just public safety, although that's probably right at the top, but we have other areas too that we have to plan for our residents and our businesses. And that financial risk is being passed on to us. The salary situation at the sheriff's office, it did not happen overnight. And I don't think it should be solved by the cities with a 2-week notification. That seems to be an unfair burden to place on the cities. I put this in here so you can see this was basically what the 2-year implementation that the sheriff's office had indicated. They listed most of the positions that they have, the most common positions that would impact us, along with what would be proposed for fiscal year 27. I think also, though, to look at this, that the current pay plan that you see on the left side, it does not include certain incentive pays. So we may have deputies that have longevity pay. We may have deputies that have special assignment pay and other things that are not included in those minimum and maximum numbers that you see on the left. It seems that based on what was provided for the salary study, that those additional pays would be rolled into the new pay plan and would be considered as salary. It creates a little bit of an additional problem for the city when that happens, for things like compensation of payouts on leave accruals, because now when you start to take other incentive pays that are now part of the salary, those numbers are now factored into payouts, overtime, retirement, other issues that right now they may not be included in. So it's just an important consideration for down the road and how the calculations might be done. And what was not provided also was any information on where the captains, majors, other command staff would fall. Those folks, except for captain, those are all of the command staff that are downtown in administration, but we do pay our portion as a fraction as one of the contract cities. We also pay for that. And also realize the city, of course, is not involved in any way in the bargaining units with, you know, what the sheriff decides to do with deputies and firefighters. So kind of as a summary, what is in black, we've already covered, but we entered these contracts in April of 21. Consideration letters came on May 1st, May 30th. We requested that they be amended as we've done in previous years. Instead of getting an amended letter back, we received the notification from BSO that we would have the 1 week to either agree or they would terminate services. That letter was effectively notice of termination. Termination of services notice was effective on June 30th. Which effectively is September 30th is when services are terminated. But then there are clauses in the contract which provide for the extension of the service that we have. So on October 1st of 25, we would automatically begin in what is known as a transition period that can last up to 24 months. During that time, the consideration, which means the costs, would be based on actual costs for providing services, and the staffing would be what's reasonably necessary to maintain the same quality of services that we have today. I think that's important. We've had a long standing relationship with the sheriff's office, and we've had an even longer relationship with some of the people that work at the sheriff's office who originally were in Deerfield and now work at the sheriff's office. And our residents should know that they should be expecting the same quality of service even during any transition period or what may come from this point forward. I'm sorry, back to the last thing, I just missed it. September 30th of 27 would be the end of the transition period. And if nothing had been worked out with the sheriff's office by then, that would be the end of the termination period. Or if the city decides to go in a different direction, the city can opt out at any earlier time whenever they deem feasible. So our status, where we are right now, is that BSO will continue to provide the excellent professional services that we have become accustomed to. The staffing levels will remain appropriate to render high-quality services, and the services will remain in place and may be extended for up to 24 months after September 30th. The sheriff remains in default of the current existing contract based on failing to meet the provisions of Section 6. The city will explore options and alternatives, may include something with a new contract with BSO. Other cities are currently in negotiations, although with our services being terminated for not agreeing to the excessive amounts resulted in termination of services. So that's a consideration that you have to keep in mind. We'll also look for perhaps city provided services, including what the capacity and functions for staffing. other government agency providers, contract services providers, other municipalities or government affairs, or government entities and private organizations, or any blended option thereof. And this gives us opportunities also to evaluate what our needs are as a city, both functional and operational, what our staffing levels are, should be, could be, or what seems to be best for our residents. Those have not been looked at in a very long time. And what is the appropriateness of fit with regard to the contracts, and what the levels of accountability and what the commission's sensitivity is for local level of control. So I wanted to bring you up to speed on that and assure the residents that, we still have the same folks working, the same rescue trucks, the same fire trucks and police services that they are accustomed to, and public safety is not in any danger because of this. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate the update. This is a presentation, so there is no public comment this evening. If you want to speak to any of us, you can do so outside of the city meeting. But I'm sure my colleagues, I see some lights coming on. But first of all, thank you for the presentation. And I want to echo the sentiments that the sky is not falling. And we do appreciate on a day-to-day basis the job that the men and women that are firefighters and police officers are providing to the city of Deerfield Beach. This is not a dispute with them. This is not a fight that we picked. We did not pick this fight. But it is something that we need to see through to protect our residents as we go forward. I will say that I did have a conversation with the sheriff before tonight's meeting, and he represented to me that he would and his staff would continue to negotiate in good faith with the city of Deerfield Beach. And I represented to him that the city of Deerfield Beach would not engage in name calling in the public, that we would negotiate in good faith as well. So I see the lights, so everyone is welcome to speak up here on the dais, but we will not engage in name calling or rhetoric with the sheriff's office tonight. That's not what this is about. This is about a professional discussion that we're going to have on the issues and the options that the city of Deerfield Beach has going forward, given the situation that we've been put in. But we will not name call anybody of our colleagues and our friends at BSO. So with that, Vice Mayor Preston, I saw your light first. In that case, Commissioner Hudak, I saw your light first.
You call me names? No, I think it's important that we look at all avenues, and I know that we're doing that. Pompano had a meeting earlier today where they were going to discuss which vendor to go with to do some kind of a feasibility study of bringing police and fire in-house. I was just curious where that went and what maybe be our options to actually exploring that. I'm not saying that, we should end the contract with BSO, but I think we do need to look at our options and, what we can do to make sure that, we're not caught with our pants down come October of 2027.
I will follow up with the Pompano City Manager and get an answer to you.
Vice Mayor Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. These are situations where it can be very difficult for everybody that's involved. But that means both entities, the city and BSO, must always take into consideration the residents, because ultimately that's where the money would have to come from. It's not a thing that we can sit and talk about, these complicated issues, understand the complexities that are involved, and then say the remedy will be this or that, either or. We must always remember that it is the hardworking men and women in the city of Deerfield upon which these decisions should be made, keeping in account the monetary climate. So, I believe that the sheriff is a person that we can talk to. I believe that he has demonstrated himself to have a level of integrity, and these salary studies, okay, they did them, but here's the key. The word, I think, that must be taken by each side is compromise. Compromise on the side of our constituency that expect for us to do everything that we possibly can do to keep prices at as low as they can be, because in the end, they're the ones that have to pay for it, no matter what we agree upon. So the word is compromise. And that means that when we think that we can't compromise, that means that we actually can. We have to make it work, and we have to make it work on the side of the residents. Other than that, the residents is going to be gouged a little bit more and a little bit more. And you can actually think, where does it end? It has to have a stopping point. There is an expectation of service, without a doubt. And that service should be expected because your taxes are paying for it. Your taxes are there to ensure that a high level of service will be demonstrated, both from the law enforcement side as well as fire rescue. As a firefighter, we prided ourselves in delivering service here in the city of Deerfield Beach. Is there a cost to it? It is. And when we have these tough situations like we are encountering now, there is options, and then there are logical options. And I think that that's what we need to do. Look at what those options are, because what this really provokes is an emotional response. The emotional response would be take our fire department back. But that's an emotional response. I mean, what becomes the best thing in the end? Because if we took our fire department back, I'm sure there are additional costs and different things that we still going to have to go back to the public to get that money. So I'm just going to say is that as you are going through this, and I want to thank you, City Manager Brimlow, for bringing this forward and allowing us to look at it with all the information that's involved here. But I'm going to encourage you and the BSO with Sheriff Tony to go back and back and back again, as much as it takes for this to be resolved, so that in the end, the residents is not being taken advantage of. Do costs go up? We understand that costs go up. But in between one end and the other, there is a solution. And we can only find that in compromise. And everybody has to be willing to do that. We have to be willing to do that, because you have a position, the sheriff has a position, and we have to remember it's the people that put all of us in the position that we're in, the residents. It's their hard-earned money that's being represented in every professional way right here. And I can tell you, in my district, the monetary concerns are great because the people just don't have the money. They just don't have the money. So let's go back and work, compromise, and make sure that, that services stay up and that the communication with the residents go up as well. Because right now, what I'm hearing is that we have a great service, but the confidence that the public needs is down. We have to have it so both arrows are up. The confidence with dealing with the city, dealing with BSO, and the services delivered have to be up. So I'm just hoping that that as you go through the process, is that and I know that this commission is here in any way that we can help beyond just the information being given to us, that we're willing to work, because we represent the people, and that just can't change. We have to be cognizant of their pocketbook, because that's where it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Plow, I saw your light next.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Sheriff Tony in person, not in person, by phone, a few days ago. I expressed to him in a very calm manner my concern of the letter that was sent out after 2 requests by the city of Deerfield and our city manager Brimlow about the ultimatum and the shutdown of services in September the 30th. I told him how concerned I was about that. He expressly told me that that would not happen. And I said, well, then why did the letter come out? And we had a nice discussion about that and that things have changed and that they would negotiate and we would find a way. He wanted to know if I was happy with BSO services, and I told him that I am, and that I am in favor of BSO. And I've heard the drumbeat for a long time that and BSO folks is fire and police, has been for many years. And I've heard the drumbeat that's been confirmed by the study that our folks are underpaid in relation to some other municipalities, and that there has to be a solution to that. That's what compromise is all about. That's what negotiation is all about. And I'm encouraged by the fact that they've exceeded the 5% in their initial letters to us in previous years, as outlined tonight and in our printed materials here. And there has been a negotiation coming back to help with that. So there has to be a happy medium somewhere. Whenever I hear anything about public safety that's in jeopardy, I don't sleep at night. The number one function of an elected official is to make sure that fire and police and rescue and public safety is the ultimate priority of the elected officials, and the ultimate goal of providing that is the city and our contractual services. So that's all I have to say about it. I was glad I was able to talk about them. I have hope that this can be worked out for the benefit of all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shanetsky.
I just want to say that I love working with the BSO deputies. They're fantastic. The leader, Adam, he really cares about the people, and the firefighters in Deerfield Beach, they do an excellent job. That being said, I also spoke to the town manager of Pembroke Park, which is a much smaller city, but in 2023, they switched over from BSO to their own. And I asked him about the transition. He said the initial cost was tough. He said, it took a while to transition, but he feels that in 4 to 5 years, they're going to recoup everything. So I'm just saying, don't be afraid. I also spoke Saturday to somebody in Coconut Creek, and they've always had their own police force, and they've always had their own fire department, and their response time is excellent. And the great thing, I'm just putting this out, the great thing about having your own police force or fire department, it's localized. The city has full control about their staff, and I think that's an excellent attribute. So I'm saying, don't be afraid. And another alternative is something called regional hookup. There are some cities like this. What is it? I'm sorry for all my notes here, but one of the cities actually hooked up with Davie, and their response time is excellent. They're in a partnership. I know Pompano is looking right now to maybe go their own way. So maybe it's something to look at to maybe work with Pompano. I know Coconut Creek and Coral Springs, their BSO dispatch, they left BSO dispatch. They have their own dispatch center. And I actually spoke to Sandra Welch, and she said their response time since they hooked up with Coral Springs has been improved dramatically. So all I'm saying is the options are out there. Do not be afraid for Deerfield Beach to work on its own or to partner with one of our neighbors. I think in the long run, that could be a great success story.
Thank you, Commission. Mr. City Manager, anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Thank you for the update. Mr. City Attorney, we will now move on to number 4.
Item number 4 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the 2025 through 2029 Community Development Block Grant 5-year consolidated plan, approving the CDBG Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2025-2026, authorizing submission of the consolidated plan and action plan to HUD, providing for implementation and effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. So tonight before you, I have the CDBG 5-year consolidated plan. It's due every 5 years. The last one was done in 2020. So here we are again. So tonight I'm going to give a brief overview. I'm going to give a brief overview of the CDBG program, since I know we have a lot of new faces on the dais, as well as I'll give some accomplishments that we accomplished in last fiscal year, as well as we'll talk about the requirements, timeline, and the annual action plan, which is included in this 5-year plan as well. So as we look at the overview, CDBG is a federally funded program. It's funded through HUD, and it's to assist low to moderate income households. So a low to moderate income income household in Broward County is at or below 80% of the area median income. So the goals of CDBG is to provide a decent, safe, and sanitary house, suitable living environment, and provide economic opportunities. So as we look here on this slide, there's 3 national objectives that we must comply with anytime we look at any form of activity or project we'll like to carry out with CDBG funds. So again, these funds must be carried out to low to moderate income persons. It must be for the prevention of slum or blight or urgent need. And we think of urgent need as after a natural disaster or a global pandemic or something along those lines. As we continue to move along through these slides, we'll see that 70% of CDBG funds must be used for low to moderate income households. Example of eligible activities here is direct benefit, which this would be our housing rehabilitation program, or our purchase assistance program that we currently offer here in the city. An area benefit project will be an area that's considered low to moderate income. 51% of that area must be considered low to moderate income. And when you think of an area benefit project, that's something like the sidewalk project that we've done, the Oviedo McKeithen Park playground, the water and sewer pipes that we're currently working on. So those are area benefit type projects, to give you an example. And then we have limited clientele, which is 51% of the beneficiaries should be low to moderate income. And a lot of those programs we can see at the Center for Active Aging, which we'll have our health and wellness classes, our transportation, and a host of other classes will fall under the limited clientele category. So 20% of these funds can be used on planning and administration, and 15% must be used on public services. So now this is our most current income limits, and this was effective April 1, 2025. HUD gives us these numbers each year, and this is Broward County. Of course, Deerfield Beach, we're located in the county, so this is countywide. And I always like to look at a family of 4 here, and you see the numbers here. For the maximum subsidy for a family of 4 is $92,200. So you cannot exceed that income to qualify for any of the CDBG funded programs. So here on this map, you'll see what's considered our low to moderate income areas. So shaded in the dark blue, I don't know if you guys can see it very well here. It's not the best map, but everywhere in the blue, the dark blue color is considered 51% or greater are low to moderate income residents within these census tracts. So these are areas where we can complete projects like parks and sidewalks and things like that, which we've done within some of these census tracts in the past. Here, we look at our 2023-2024 accomplishments. So in the affordable housing realm, we were able to assist 19 households, 7 with home repairs and 12 with first-time home buyer assistance. When we look at our public facilities and infrastructure, as I mentioned previously, we were able to complete the Oviedo McKeithen Playground project, as well as we started with some asbestos pipe replacement. When we look at our public service, we were able to assist 170 plus seniors. And you'll see that they're divided throughout the different programs we help through health and wellness, our adult daycare, as well as senior transportation for our seniors. So now here, you'll see that, as we mentioned, this is a 5-year plan, and you'll see the major components of this plan, which we had a consultant come and help with this plan. So we were able to dig very deep into our needs assessment and our housing market analysis so we can have a good understanding of the landscape of our housing here in Deerfield Beach, as well as we have the annual action plan associated with this and our citizens participation plan. Anytime we're utilizing HUD funds, we must have our citizens participate. So here on the right-hand column, you'll see our allocations over the past 5 years, which we've seen slight increases. This year, we saw maybe a 2% increase from last year, but the numbers are steadily increasing, which is good because we definitely have a need here in Deerfield Beach. So the timeline, we've been putting this plan together over the past 7 months. We started in February. which I want to bring a little attention to our community surveys, which we put those out in February, and we had 345 responses from our residents, which is very good. In the past, we came nowhere near this, so we were able to get great feedback from our residents as well as we heard from some of our stakeholders. Not as many stakeholders as I would like, but we were able to hear back from them. We had a public hearing on May 19th. We had a public comment period for 30 days, which is a requirement. So this plan has been available since June 1st to June 30th. So the public can make any comments. Receiving none, as well as you kind of see the different components of the plan and the time period that was spent working towards accomplishing our end goal, which we're here tonight. So a part of this plan, we want to maintain public facilities and infrastructure. So we want to continue with that service. We'll continue with our public service, affordable housing. We'll continue with our rehab and our purchase assistance program. We'll look at some economic development opportunities, as well as there's a component for the administration costs of administering this grant. Here, you kind of see a breakdown of our allocation for this upcoming fiscal year. You'll see the 20% admin. And when you see public services, that's a combination of our transportation services, our senior center, and our wellness programs. And then where you see CDBG public facilities and infrastructure, that's our asbestos pipe replacement program. We'll continue funding that program in small phases. And then our CDBG housing programs, you'll see $289,000. That's for our purchase assistance and rehab programs. So that is my presentation for the night. So I just ask that commission approve and adopt the 5-year consolidated plan so we can submit this to HUD by the August 15th deadline. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Salas. Appreciate that. I hope this doesn't sound dry to the audience, but this is really important work that the CDBG dollars do, and really affects some of the core services that we provide in the city. So that's very, very important. So thank you. Vice Mayor Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent presentation, Mr. Salas. What would be an example of economic development?
So economic development, we can get very creative. Economic development can be a commercial facade program. So that can be assisting businesses that have 51% or lower of their employees considered low to moderate income. We can help with, improving the facade. We can look at things like a business incubator. We can do a tool lending library. We can get very creative with economic development. We can look at micro enterprises. We can assist businesses with 5 or fewer employees. So there's a range of activities.
The reason I ask is when the economy isn't doing well, I was just wondering if the economic development enters into consideration of the present climate in the economy. If it isn't doing well, we can lend itself to help people in our community keep their business viable.
Yes. So in the plan, if you read through the plan, the economic development, we left it very umbrella so that depending on the climate, if things occur, we can transition within the economic development tree. We can allocate funds towards a program. Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky?
I just want to say that this CDBG program is not only important economically, but also I had 2 of the American Legion posts in Deerfield Beach, 162 and 289, apply, or they will be applying for the block grant. In the post 289, they need new air conditioning and they don't have funds. So they're going to apply for this grant. Also, another thing that they're doing is they've been putting memorial flags for veterans who passed away in Deerfield Beach. Unfortunately, there are more and more veterans passing away, so they need more flags. So they need to regroup funds. So I just want to say how important this is, not only for businesses, but also for our nonprofits here in Deerfield Beach. It really helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any lights, so we will go to the public hearing. Anyone in the commission chamber here in person tonight that would like to speak on item number 4 only at this time? Otherwise, Madam Clerk? I'll shift to the online. Come on down in the meantime. Just take a seat in the front row. Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk? Former State Representative Gwendolyn Clark-Reed, go ahead, please. Just state your name and address for the
Thank
record.
you, Mayor. Gwendolyn Clark, Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. I'm very happy to see that we have gotten an increase in our CDBG funding. And yes, it is very important to this city. As we know, as we move forward with a lot of our economic development, we will be able to create programs and look at what other cities are doing across this country with their CDBG and how it can probably help us to come up with some programs that are needed, particularly in the economic development portion. Thank you, Mr. Salas, for that report. I went through it, and as you know, that I am very much up on the CDBG funding because I was very disappointed when we started to lose monies from HUD. But I would ask the commission to approve this 5-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you, State Representative. As you know, former Representative Gwen Clark-Reed represented the city of Deerfield Beach for 8 years in the Florida legislature. So if there's anyone that knows CDBG, it's her. Anyone else I don't see anyone else online, Madam Clerk. Back to the commission chamber. Would you like to speak?
Hey folks, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. Thank you all very much for the presentation. Two things really stuck out to me about that. One, really I'm happy to see Deerfield Beach continuing to look into these types of funds that are available to a city like us, and really taking inspiration not just from some of the other local municipalities that are here in South Florida, but really looking, as Gwen mentioned, sort of nationally at what the options are. I think we know that in the coming decade, Deerfield Beach is going to see a lot more traffic coming, a lot more people, a lot more economic opportunity, hopefully, that we take advantage of. We really do want to make sure that we're not missing out on some of the support that a lot of the communities really need here in Deerfield. So really excited to see and kind of hear the work that was going into this project. So thanks for that. And then the second piece was really excited to see there was mention of the community feedback. I think the number might have been like 345 or something like that. And I'd be interested to hear sort of what they did to have that increase in feedback. I think it's something that I would love for everybody that's up here and everybody that works for the city to really think through how we can get more feedback. Obviously, there's only so many people that show up to these meetings, only so many people on Facebook groups that leave comments, and 6 people can really make it feel like we have all the information, but it's really impressive to see that they're doing the work to have even more public input. So would love to hear how that happened and see how we could maybe learn about doing that for other pieces of work for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Mr. Salas is here to your left, my right. So if you'd like to speak to him, he's here this evening. Former Commissioner Battle, would you like to speak?
Yes, sir. Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, 33441. I am here to speak, and first of all, thank you, Mr. Salas, for that report. And I was very interested because for the first time, I think that we have a chance now to do something for the city of Deerfield Beach as it relates to what's going on around the country. I was very sad to see what happened in Texas, and just was pleased, Jonathan, that you included or you said something about the that there are funds there to help people in the absence of FEMA or whatever the case may be. That's going to be critical to our city if we should get a hurricane this summer. There's no FEMA, there's no NOAA, anything, and the people are going to really suffer. So I was very glad to see that we will have a possibility of doing something, a way of helping people if we should get a hurricane this year. I'm not calling up a hurricane, but we have to prepare. And thank you for preparing for us or for the citizens of Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the remarks. Anyone else in the commission chamber that I'd like to speak on item number 4 only for the moment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commission,
Motion to approve the 5-year plan.
Second.
motion to approve item number 4 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We'll move on to item number 5. Are 5 and 6 being discussed together?
I can read them both into the record together. We will need separate votes.
Understood.
Item number 5 is an ordinance of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of services and capital facilities for stormwater management and the imposition of stormwater assessments related to those services and facilities within the City of Deerfield Beach, providing definitions and findings, establishing a stormwater utility and providing its responsibilities, establishing a stormwater utility fund, authorizing the imposition and collection of stormwater assessments to fund the cost of providing services and capital facilities for stormwater management, establishing procedures for notice and adoption of the assessment roll and for correcting errors and omissions, providing that stormwater assessments constitute a lien on assessed property upon adoption of the assessment roll, establishing procedures and methods for the collection of stormwater assessments, establishing the priority of the stormwater lien over prior recorded liens or mortgages, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item number 6 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of stormwater management services, establishing the cost of stormwater management services provided by the city's stormwater management utility, determining that certain real property will be benefited thereby, establishing the method of assessing the cost of stormwater management services against the real property that will be benefited thereby, creating the stormwater service area, directing the city manager to prepare or direct the preparation of the initial stormwater assessment roll based on the methodology set forth herein, establishing a public hearing for the proposed stormwater service assessments and directing the provision of notice in connection therewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. As I mentioned on first reading, when we heard the ordinance on first reading, the ordinance before you, item number 5, is really, now that the city's been implementing the stormwater assessment via the tax bill as of last year, it's really to make the procedures for the assessments consistent with the procedures for your other assessments, like your fire services assessment. Item number 6 before you tonight is the resolution that actually adopts the preliminary rate resolution for the stormwater assessment. I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if the city manager has anything more to add.
Okay, so we'll go to any discussion from my colleagues on items number 5 or 6. We'll discuss them together, but vote on them separately. There's no lights. We'll go to the public hearing. Anyone in the chamber that'd like to discuss item numbers 5 or 6 this evening?
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. It says in the attachment stormwater utility fee. Does that mean that the fees for stormwater to residents as they stand now will be increasing?
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Appreciate you being here. Anyone else in the chamber like to comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go online. The first hand I see is former State Representative Gwendolyn Clark-Reed again. If you could unmute her, please. State Representative, go ahead, please.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield. My question about this whole process is that will we continue to see increases in the stormwater fee? Like you related this to the fire assessment fee, and we have seen that fee go up gradually over the years. So will we see the stormwater fee treated the same way as the fire assessment fee, that we will see gradual increases over the years to come in this fee? That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, State Representative. Anyone else online? Do you see Madam Clerk? Okay. Before we get into comment by my colleagues, I just want to remind the public that the public comment portion is exactly that, public comment, where we hear the comments from you with respect to the items that are before us. If you have questions on items on the agenda, please ask those in advance, either to staff or myself or my colleagues. We'd be happy to answer your questions, but it's extremely difficult to do that on the fly up here. In fact, it's almost impossible to do so. We may not have the appropriate staff person here. We don't know what questions you're going to ask in advance. So we can be prepared and give you the response that you deserve. Please try to ask those in advance. If that's not possible and you ask at a meeting, please leave us a telephone number or an email so where we can follow up with you and get you the answer that you deserve. But it's very difficult to do that on the fly. And that's why we don't do question and answers from the dais. It's public comment. We appreciate your comments and how you feel about a particular item, but we can't have a back and forth while we're running the business meeting of the city. So I just want to point that out. So if you don't get the answer on the spot that you're looking for, please, follow up with staff or any of us and be happy to get you the answer to your particular question. So with that, Commissioner Plout.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud of the fact that we have put together and we are putting together a stormwater master plan, which includes how we collect the fees and what those fees need to be and whatnot. This is actually my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's something that's mandated by the state that we have a stormwater master plan, as well as a connection with FEMA. I just been watching the news every day about the flood in Texas, and my prayers go out to all those folks. We could have a flood disaster here. It might not be a river that expands, but it could be just rising water from a hurricane. So I was happy to see that stormwater plan has been put into effect. As you might remember, the streets were tore up around here and whatnot. And many years ago, there's a flood plan that FEMA looks at places. Every 10 years, they revise a floodplain map and determine where the flooding may happen. And a lot of the mortgage companies require people that are in a flood area to have flood insurance along with their mortgage. Okay, and that's just a fact of life. So there's a lot of examples that I read in our material, not examples, but the fact is in our material, it was talking about if we wouldn't have a stormwater plan that is mandated, that FEMA might not allow people to be able to buy flood insurance, or it might be at a very high rate. So the imposition of all these plans together for a stormwater master plan does help protect our people and protect our property, both residential and commercial. And that was my only comment that I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Plout. Commissioner Hudak.
So just for further clarification, item number 5 is when the city attorney was saying to make it similar to the fire assessment fee, it's the process that we have to go through in order to collect the funds on the ad valorem. There's also, if the individual is in default, there's a lien process that would be associated with that. So that's my understanding of what number 5 is in a non-attorney speak. As far as the stormwater fee and will it be increased, there's a possibility. I believe it's evaluated every year to determine what that cost for the stormwater fee will be. So it is not a stagnant cost that goes from last year to forever. That is a fee that the city evaluates what the cost is, and those fees are determined on an annual basis. With that being said, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 5.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 5 only by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
And now I'll make a motion to approve item number 6.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 6 only by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We are now at public comment portion of the meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, it's after I read the title of that item into the record, and the mayor opens the public comment for that item. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up in advance for the public comment tonight?
Yes, Mike Friedman,
Mr. Friedman, you will be first. Did anyone else sign up?
and then Melvin Nass.
Mr. Ness, you'll be on deck. Step to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. If you have any, do you have any handouts for us this evening or no?
I don't.
Okay.
Mike Friedman, 371 Tilford Q, Deerfield Beach. There's an issue with streetlights on Powerline Road. They've been out for 6 months, and I use Powerline Road to cycle in the bike lanes when it's dark, and it is dark. And Commissioner Shanetsky's been helping me to try to get to the bottom of the outage and find the responsible people, but it seems stalled now. As I said, it's been going on since January, and it's about a half-mile stretch that gets a lot of pedestrian, joggers, cyclists, and it's a major Florida state highway and dark. So there's that, and in addition to that, there's an issue with the grass overgrowing the bike lanes. In some places it's taking up half the width of the bike lanes and pushing people out into the street, cyclists. So that's a problem. And I just want to contrast that with what's happened in Palm Beach County on the other side of the canal. They've had similar issues, but they get addressed. When I call or send an email to them, usually it gets taken care of within a couple of weeks, and they'll often give me a call back and let me know what their plan is. They assign me a work order and everything, and we don't seem to be able to do that here in Deerfield. That was all.
Can I, before your time is up, can I ask you please, which stretch of power line are you talking about? Is it
Specifically, it starts at West Drive that comes out of Century Village East
west side?
on the west side. Yeah.
I live in that district. I'm very familiar. Yes.
Okay, and
If you don't,
all the way up to Hillsborough. So it's about a half-mile stretch.
understood. Commissioner Plant and I live in that district. We understand. If you would please just give your a way to contact you, phone number or email to the
I've
clerk.
done it, yes.
Okay. It's on the form? Okay. The city manager will make sure we get back in touch with you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could I ask him to get with Roy as well? Because the difference between Boca and Deerfield is Boca's, that area is managed by the city, whereas ours, those are code violations that the property owner adjacent typically has to restore. So we have a lot more effective ways to deal with it. If Roy is in the back right there. He's the code manager.
Oh, he's the one raising his hand straight back. If you go straight back, Mr. Friedman,
That would also help.
he's right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mel, you were next. Madam Clerk, did anyone else sign up that needs to be on deck? Who would sign up online? Okay, Mr. Hers, you'll be on deck online next.
And good evening. I'm Melvin Nass. I'm a 20-year resident here in Deerfield at Century Village, 3081 Oak Ridge U. And you recall a month ago, I brought up the topic of a community garden here Deerfield. Once upon a time, there was one. Because of my extensive background in agriculture, I recognized what a great opportunity it would be for Deerfield, not only to have a community garden, but a great one. And there are 4 pillars that make a community garden, a farmer's market, a success. Those 4 pillars are, first, the citizens that attend, the families, the tourists, and what have you, a great economic driver. The second pillar are the vendors. These are vendors like myself with farm agricultural backgrounds in various aspects, bringing products, if you will, from the farm to your table. The third leg is the location is so important to where the farmer's market is or resides. And the fourth is, of course, great management. And since the last month, a number of people have come up to me and have applauded what I'm trying to happen here in Deerfield. And so I'm here tonight to invite the community and to invite our government, our Deerfield government, to come out and see a wonderful garden, a farmer's market right here in our backyard in Boca. And it's located every Sunday from 9 in the morning till 1. It's been in existence only 11 Sundays so far. And it's magnificent, 70 vendors, terrific turnout, a big success. And you should come and see it and get behind this project. And that is located right on Glades and where City Market, the City Fish Market by the Hilton, in that parking lot there. It's really something to see. And so that's what I wanted to do tonight, to invite everybody there. I'm looking forward to working with the city and helping you in any way I can to bring this to fruition. My background is 40 years in agriculture, the nation's leading grower packer shipper of Concord grapes for fresh market. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Mr. Nass, for being with us today, and good seeing you at the 4th of July event with your pies. Thank you for being there.
Thanks
Yes.
for coming by, and thanking Dan Shinetsky for coming to the market there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Preston.
Sir, I just want to advise you that the city has a community garden. We have a community garden that's being implemented. Yeah. Okay, you said, okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're up to, I wanted to add 2 things. One is, while you're at the podium, if you want to know where you are with your 3 minutes, the clerk has a timer in front of you so you can gauge your comments. And secondly, if you did not sign up in advance, fear not, you'll be able to speak. We're just taking those that did sign up first. So next is Mr. Hurst, who did sign up online. Did anyone else sign up online, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we'll take everyone else random after that. But Mr. Hurst, you're up. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Ave. Tomorrow night will be the city manager's first time leading the budget workshop since David Santucci departed. I'm curious as to what instructions he left behind. Did he inform you, above all else, never lower the property tax operating millage rate for the taxpayers? Did he tell you his reason for this is because if you lower the operating millage rate one time, you go down a slippery slope that you may never recover from? Did he instruct you to never ask your department heads to either A, lower their budget requests for the coming year, or B, let the public know where you could save taxpayer money in their departments? The taxpayers received only yesterday the city's 2024 audited financial statements, which will be quite helpful to you, Mr. City Manager, in preparing the fiscal 26 budget. Let me summarize some of the highlights for you. First of all, In total revenues in the general fund came in a whopping $10 million more than budgeted. Total expenditures came in almost $3 million below budget, with the only department coming in over budget being the Office of Public Safety by almost $600,000. The result, Mr. City Manager, was the budget being off by $13 million for fiscal '24. This 13 million extra taxpayer dollars provides you with great flexibility. You could help honor my campaign pledge to the residents and lower their property taxes by 10%, which in dollar terms would only be $6 million. I guess the false claims and tactics of the current mayor that public safety would be compromised with a property tax cut were totally unfounded and disingenuous. The whole point I'm trying to get across, Mr. City Manager, is you don't have to continue David Santucci's philosophy of tax and spend. We already have the figures from the property appraiser's office showing another healthy increase in property valuations. The employees, especially top management, seem to be compensated very well, including a 13% 401k contribution for top management. Why don't you try something different from your predecessor and give some tax relief to the residents instead of looking for ingenious new ways to spend the extra revenues you are receiving? It may also make you look better in the eyes of Florida Doge, who will soon be taking a very close look at Deerfield Beach government spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. We'll now take those that are in the commission chamber that did not sign up that would like to speak. Please come forward.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach. See something, say something, Deerfield Beach's motto. On April 22nd, 2020, 5 families came together to enjoy a Chick-fil-A dinner in our cul-de-sac during COVID. All families abided by state and federal laws for distancing, and each family went separately to the Chick-fil-A food truck to place their order and pick up their order when completed. Shortly after the food truck departed, the BSO showed up. Not 1 car, not 2 cars, not 3 cars or 4 or 5, but 6 BSO cars showed up with 11 officers in total. When the last car showed up, the officer was asked, "Why so many police?" The answer we received was that nothing else was going on. We were all told to disperse and go back into our homes. Non-compliance would necessitate tear gas if we did not comply. Fast forward to February 23rd, 2025 at 8 p.m. While picking up a McDonald's takeout order at the Hillsborough Martin Luther King location, I witnessed 2 young 12 or 13-year-old boys wrestling by the drive-through order area. Shortly thereafter, a BSO officer came in to ask the McDonald's staff with regards to who made the call. No one in the store had called. I offered to provide details as to what I witnessed and was told that since I did not call, no information was warranted from me. Upon leaving McDonald's, I found 5 BSO cars in the parking lot, and a 6th car was just arriving. When I asked if 1 car could move so that I could exit the parking lot, I was rudely told that an investigation was needed and I should find a different way to leave. Both young boys had fled the scene much earlier, and no one was there to speak to the BSO. Do the dignified residents and taxpayers not deserve any efficiency of service? Or do we just pay with no say? BSO's mismanagement should not be a taxpayer's responsibility. If anything, we should be paying less to this business instead of more. See something, say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. The captain is in the back somewhere. Raise your hand. Maybe he's not. Okay, I stand corrected. Anyone else inside the chamber like to speak for public comment? Commissioner Battle, is that you?
Very, very brief.
Don't rush.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I'm coming before you tonight just to bring to your attention that at my church, Our Lady of Mercy Catholic Church, we recently instituted a third Mass, and the third Mass was for our Portuguese and Spanish-speaking residents. At that Mass, we have more than 250 attendees at a 12 o'clock Mass, and the traffic is horrendous. And I'm just rising to ask that you would just take a look at that and see if we could have some way to get in and out of the church carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else inside the chamber that'd like to speak? Go ahead.
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
Tina Wilson, clerk at First Zion Missionary Baptist Church, 125 Southwest First Court in Deerfield Beach. We are a pillar church in the community since 1902. My concern is the large water bill that we received. It was over $1,199.05. On January, I visited the city hall and I spoke with Stacy concerning the bill. Stacy told me the reasoning why was the meter was changed. She will investigate and get back with me. I advised Stacy at that time the meter was not changed. The old meter was still at the location. I emailed her a copy of the meter. I photographed it in an email. Also, I sent her a video showing that the meter was full of sand and trash, and you really couldn't read the meter. We cleaned the meter. I videoed a copy of that, and I sent that to Stacy as well. After doing the cleaning of the meter, I gave her my telephone number. She never returned my call. I visited the city again, and I asked her about the water bill again. The second time, Stacy said she had confused us with another customer. She thought I was from the lodge. She thought I was from the lodge, which is located at 159 Southwest First Terrace in Deerfield. I explained to her that I never heard from her, so I was coming up there again to find out what was the resolution. She said for the third time, "Oh, I thought you were another customer. I guess this bill is not correct." So I spoke to Stacy's supervisor, which was a Black male. He advised me that we had not paid the bill for months. And each time I visit the city about the bill, they had a different story and reason why we had a large bill. All the time, we have never been late. We have never been delinquent, and we always pay our bills on time. Stacy never responded to me until June of 2025. She emailed me. In that email, she said the reading is correct and the bill stands. I cannot read the meter, the old meter that we had. It was all blurred. I have taken pictures again. I also took other videos of us cleaning it second and third time. There's no way they could be reading the meter.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, unfortunately, time is up. Mr. City Manager, is there someone here this evening that I can refer her to?
There is, but just so that the dais understands and Ms. Wilson understands, the city messed this up completely. It's completely on the city, this mess up that happened. And unfortunate results happened because there was a misassignment of a meter that did not belong to the church, that was assigned to, supposed to be assigned to the church, but was not assigned to the church. And the chief financial officer is looking into why it was not handled properly once Ms. Wilson brought it to their attention. But the city messed up on this one. We're looking to see what actions need to be taken with the employees who didn't reconcile it and fix the problem. But as far as their water bill, all of the excess costs of the water bill are being canceled. It was not their water bill, in fact. So that is being taken care of. I know Eric is here in the back as well. Eric was out for a period of time and there was a gap, but I also spoke with Ms. Wilson, but this is not at all the fault of Zion.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Wilson, you had to come, but when it's our fault, we own up to it. So we'll get it fixed for you. Excuse me, Vice Mayor Preston, did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to say that I'm glad that we have found the problem. But Ms. Wilson, along with others from First Zion, had contacted me about some of the issues, and they've never had a problem paying their bills or doing what they need to do and being a great representative in the city. The First Zion is the oldest church in Deerfield Beach, and they've always had a stellar reputation of everything. And so, I'm so sorry that this happened as well. But there was constant, and I always pointed her in the direction of city staff. So I'm really happy that this is going to be resolved. So thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you very much. I see Pastor Tynes here too. Pastor, take our apologies. Mea culpa. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak this evening?
Terry Scott, 180 Southwest 3rd Avenue. City Manager, I just got to make sure that Delta Lodge don't assume no bill. We have no fault in this matter. I promise you. I just don't want Pastor Times to think that Zion is the only one with a stellar reputation. Yeah, I don't want no problems. Delta Lodge cannot afford any problems in this city, but we're glad to know that you're taking care of the problem. Thank you.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak this evening? Mr. Strada, is that a yes? Anyone else? Just be on deck on the first row, please. And otherwise, next we'll go to there's a couple hands online. Go ahead, Mr. Estrada.
Hey, folks, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. As we just had the 4th of July celebration, been thinking a lot about Deerfield and sort of all the amazing things that y'all have done in the past 100 years. One thing that really does come to mind as I have been checking out multiple of the parks that we have and the various preserves and just public spaces. I would really love to see for the city to think how we can commemorate some more of the history that the city does have. I find myself, even at the Adams Municipal Complex.
Mr. Estrada, I don't mean to interrupt. If we could just give Mr. Estrada the courtesy, we gave you guys the courtesy when you spoke, if we could just give him when he speaks, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was at the municipal Adams complex dropping off my recycling the other day, and really found myself wishing that there was some sort of a plaque or something that had more information about Mr. Adams himself. I found myself thinking the same thing as I was at Mayo Howard Park, although I know we're doing a complete redesign of that. And so I just want to think, as the city kind of goes forward with some of these bigger projects, I really would love for them to think about how do we highlight some of the history that already exists here. I think there's, again, some really amazing parks or really amazing public spaces. And it would be great if there was more opportunities for folks in the city to just learn about, who some of these people are. We put the names on it. And, I think especially for the younger generation of folks that are growing up in Deerfield, it would be great if you were able to interact with that a little bit more. Second, I know that we are in the process of reopening up the Tivoli Sand Pines. I would definitely ask, every time I pop up at something, if we can get some updates on that. I usually hear it's a couple months out. One thing that I do want to make sure I mention to you all, I had asked, I'm forgetting who it was on staff, about possibly having both gates of the park open as a pass-through for people to walk through over to MLK Boulevard, especially if you're walking out towards the Adams complex, sort of down that street. There's a ton of really good shade, but I was told that they're most likely going to have the back gate closed off, and it'll be a thing. I was told that it was mostly for safety issues about being able to see who's in the park and things like that. I thought about it, really didn't make too much sense to me. I figure if you have one gate open, what's the difference between having a second gate open in the back? I think especially while the park is open, it would be amazing if folks could walk through that shaded area to get to the other side of MLK. I really do have a dream of Deerfield where I don't have to be in my car at all times. I really have a dream to be in Deerfield where I could walk on our sidewalks and be covered in the shade. And so that's just one really small part of it. I would love for us to think about how we could use that park specifically as just a shady way for people to walk through and get to the other great things that we have in the city. Other than that, great job. Thank you all very much. Catch you all tomorrow at the budget meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Vice Mayor Preston, were you going to tell Mr. Estrada the plaque is inside the building? For Mr. Adams?
But you know, he makes a great point though. I don't know that anyone will see that on the inside. So I actually, when you were speaking, because we do have a plaque commemorating him, and we had one at Mayo Howard Park, and I don't know where it went. It somehow was destroyed. You remember that? We had one over there telling all of the history. So you make a good point, but it's on the inside. Maybe we ought to put someone as something that we should consider. So the mayor's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, no one else in the chamber, but there are a couple hands online. So I see a Carrie with her hand up. Madam Clerk, if you could unmute Carrie, and Carrie, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Carrie Hellenbrecht, 884 Northwest 47th Street. I'd like to follow up with the gentleman out on Powerline. The streetlights have been out on Green Road, on Military Trail from Green Road south all the way to Copans. My first complaint was in March. Let's see, to repair was on 4/25. I made numerous phone calls, countless emails. I was eventually advised that 5,000 feet of copper wire had been stolen and the delay was due to the insurance process. I personally obtained a copy of the police report to help speed up the process and forwarded that to the city. And honestly, this is ridiculous. It's been out for 6 months. Military Trail is a major road. It's extremely busy with pedestrians and it is pitch dark at night. It's very dangerous. Rebecca Medina and Will Lackwood, I've been in contact with them. They're very sympathetic and they've been keeping communication. But 5 months in the dark is unacceptable. And the people of West Deerfield want our lights repaired as soon as possible, please. The next thing is several South Florida cities won a class action lawsuit against companies that have been polluting our drinking water with forever chemicals. Fort Lauderdale won $35 million, Boca $32 million. Other cities involved: Delray, Hollywood, Hellendale, Dania, Sunrise, cities in Georgia and Massachusetts. I'd like to know if Deerfield, why we weren't part of this class action lawsuit and if we would be seeking separate damages if we are qualified for that. I was hoping that someone from the city attended the Solid Waste Authority Master Plan presentation. I found it to be extremely informative. I thought they did an excellent job. And they made it clear that change must start now for recycling. And I'm hoping Deerfield will agree to this master plan because several cities need to join as a group to benefit the cities collectively. Step 1 of this plan is a massive education plan, which must start immediately and continue to ensure the public is aware of the proper way to recycle. Step number 2 is to increase recycling, make it easier for people to recycle. I suggest starting with separate waste bins available. I just got back from New Jersey. They have one box. One part is for waste, one part is for recycle, and one part is for food products, which we want to look at compost down the road. So I think like best place to start with that would be up on the beach where everybody has water bottles, single-use water bottles up there. And the other thing they said, like step 3 would be for curbside pickup for yard debris. So those are the main things. I'm hoping we're going to follow that plan. Regarding BSO, I had a career in law enforcement, and so I certainly back the blue and I believe in proper pay and benefits, et cetera. But from a personal experience, I know a city agency provides better service than a sheriff's office, and there's ways to save money. Pompano and Deerfield, for instance, could share a dispatch center.
Excuse me.
so
Thank you,
that-
Mrs. Hellenbrecht. Time is up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. But I will say that the city of Deerfield Beach is a plaintiff in the class action lawsuit for the PFAS. We just weren't mentioned in the article. The next hand I see, Madam Clerk, is Katie Freitag. If you could unmute her, please.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I have a couple of different things to bring up. One, talking about plaques. The Women's Club at one point in time had a plaque at Sullivan Park. It has since disappeared through the years, and I'd like to figure out where that plaque is and see if we can't bring it back out and put it back at Sullivan Park. It was dedicated to the city many years ago, and it has since gone missing. So I'd like to find out where that plaque went. If not, if the Historical Society has a picture of it, that we could get it redone and rededicated back at Sullivan Park. Secondly, regarding the budget workshop, I noticed that although we have a budget workshop tomorrow night, there's only one night of workshops for every single department to come and give their input and get their input from the public and the DIAs. And I don't see how that can possibly be enough time for all the different departments to present their budgets and get the feedback from the individuals out in the community as well as the DIAs. I don't know how that's going to work. So I'm interested to see. I know that Mayor Drosky was not on board with the layout, how it was last year when it was 2 to 3 days, and now to have it just be 1 day. That's I'm interested to see where the public is going to be able to give enough input into where our tax dollars are being spent. Lastly, Christmas in July, we're in the closing stretch of Christmas in July, which is a program put on by Kiwanis, Deerfield Beach Kiwanis, as well as all Kiwanis clubs throughout Broward County to help the over 6,000 homeless kids in Broward County with backpacks, with school supplies, clothing, items, things like that. I put boxes for the approval of the DIAs in CCC, the Environmental Services, Janelle Tigner, Braithwaite, City Hall. Please push to have everybody donate to these to this fabulous project. It is coming up soon, and we are still collecting to the very last minute. So if anybody could please drop anything in the boxes, I would appreciate it. If you have any questions regarding the project, please give me a call or contact Kiwanis Club of Deerfield Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Madam Clerk, that's all that I see online. Do you see anybody else? Okay. There is one more in the chambers like to speak. Come forward. Not a problem. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Benita Phillips. My address is 424 Lock Road, Deerfield Beach. Okay. I just want to make a comment. I am a member of First Zion Missionary Baptist Church, and Tina Wilson has been dealing with this for over 5 or 6 months. Do the city have something in play, like a consideration? Because our water got cut off on Sunday, and she have spoke to 3 people. And last week she spoke to a gentleman. So our water shouldn't have been cut off, or you all, do the city have like a consideration plan in play? Because I work in Delray for all county. I had to deal with the city of Delray regarding the leak with us, and it was $48,000. They never cut our water bill off. They never cut our water off. So because Tina spoke with 3 people here in the city of Deerfield regarding the water. Last week, she spoke to a manager, and they cut our water off on Sunday. And it took her calling everybody for someone just to come out to turn the water back on. Whereas that's not a good look for the members in First Zion, North First Zion. So what do the city have in play for something like that when it happens? Do the city have anything in play? That's a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just say that when she called me, I relayed the information down the line. I think it was in a relatively short period of time that I conveyed the message back to her that someone was going to be taking care of that, and it really wasn't, where it was ignored. It was not. No, it was not ignored. I spoke with Tina, and the city manager had someone come out, and it was taken care of. Okay, that was a mistake I agree with you. I don't think churches and those kinds of organizations should, if there was an issue with a bill, they ought to be given a consideration so that there is some sort of an expansion where on service, you're having service, you turn the water off. And that's not the way to do it. But as you heard, there have been some complications, and the city manager stated tonight that the city takes fault for those things, which we can not just assume, but actually have a measure of confidence that those things will be eliminated for any type of future issues.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that's going to conclude public comment. Last call. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience, and thank you for all the great comments and feedback tonight. That's what we're here as your electeds, is to hear all the feedback. Mr. City Attorney, we have only one item under consent board appointment, so we'll take that item by itself, and then we'll do the agreements and expenditure requests separately.
Sure. Item number 7 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Sheila Pascar as a regular member to the Charter Review Board, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I will note that the clerk's office received late this afternoon a resignation of the appointment to the Charter Review. So we are just appointing the replacement this evening. I don't see, I do see Mr. Shinesky
Yes,
or Commissioner Shinesky, sorry.
hi. The charter revision mission is very, very important because basically it's going to update the city constitution of Deerfield Beach for the next quarter century. So it's very, very important to have people that are very receptive to new ideas, that are very receptive to the flow of ideas. I think that's very important. And that's why I chose Sheila Pascar. A little bit about her history. She was actually on the variance committee of Deerfield Beach, which was a precursor to planning and zoning years ago. So she's actually served before. She's been living in Deerfield Beach for 41 years. She's been living in Century Village for the past 10 years. And for the past 10 years, she's on the board of directors for Century Village Sen Club. And Sen Club oversees all the recreational facilities in Century Village. And in the past 10 years, it's been an explosion of innovation and new structures in Century Village that's made Century Village probably one of the premier 55 and older communities in South Florida. And she's on the board of directors with that. She's also president of 2 condo associations in Century Village. So we're very happy to have her on, and she's going to contribute to the people of Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would anyone inside the commission chambers tonight like to speak on item number 7 only? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk, I do see one hand online. Dan Hers. Mr. Hers, would you go ahead? Could you unmute him, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I would first like to thank Commissioner Daniel Shinesky for his courageous act in replacing Bernie Parnas from the Charter Review Board. I know how hard it must have been when your mentor and political consultant disappoints you so openly with his racially charged remarks. My only concern is, would this action have been taken if not for New Pelican reporter Judy Wilson's article in a recent edition of the paper, bringing Bernie Parnas's remarks to a wider audience? The publicity generated made Bernie Parnas's remarks hard to ignore. I noticed the commission had no trouble ignoring the email I passed out to them at the June 17th commission meeting, which contained Bernie Parnas's remarks. Your failure to speak that night was a sign of your combined cowardice in addressing a racial issue that called out for your immediate attention. Again, Commissioner Shinesky, I commend you for eventually doing the one and only correct action.
Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for item number 7. Commission? Mr. Shinesky, it's
I
your
make a
item.
motion for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 7 by Commissioner Shinetsky, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Mr. City Attorney, we're up to consent agreements and expenditure requests. That is numbers 8 through 13.
That's correct. Items 8 through 13 are currently on consent.
Is there any polls by the commission?
I'd like to pull 8. I'd like to make a comment on 8.
Okay, so we won't pull number 8.
Yeah,
We'll
I
just
wanna
save
make a
that for
comment.
your comments then. Is there anyone inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on items number 8 through 13? 8 through 13 only at this time. Madam Clerk, I see one hand online for comments for 8 through 13 for Mr. Hers. Go ahead, Mr. Hers, and tell us which number, please.
Okay, it's, if you haven't changed the numbers, it's number 10 regarding Sharp promo. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Ave. I did a Google search earlier today to see how many promotional product companies, just like Sharp Promo, are located in Deerfield Beach. I came up with 6. They're DMR Creative Marketing, Fully Promoted LLC, Water Promotions Inc., PTP Universal Inc., Lee Custom Branding LLC, and Viva Idea Promotions Inc. I know Commissioner Shinetsky has been emphasizing using Deerfield Beach-based companies, but I guess his wishes are falling on deaf ears. Sharp Promo is located at 655 West Prospect Road in Fort Lauderdale. Their managing member, Nestor Villalobos, lives in Miami. No Deerfield Beach connections here, just another example of a piggyback contract. The backup for this consent agenda item is also troubling. The backup states the city's prior contract with Sharp Promo has expired. Why was this contract allowed to expire without a new RFP being issued? The backup further states it is imperative to seek approval to proceed with the implementation of the citywide contract. Why is it imperative? Has the purchasing of promotional items all of a sudden become a life or death situation? A little further in the backup, it states, the city's procurement department is preparing a competitive solicitation for these items for future fiscal years, and staff has found Sharp Promo's pricing to be competitive. Now, if the procurement department has the time to work on future solicitations and call around to do price checks, why can't they spend the time to prepare an RFP that hopefully local Deerfield Beach promotional companies could bid on? The falling back on still another piggyback contract begs an answer to the following question. Is the Deerfield Beach Procurement Department either too busy or too lazy to put out an RFP for promotional products and clothing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Is there anyone in the commission chambers again that like to speak 8 through 13? I don't see any further hands online, Madam Clerk, so I'm going to close the public hearing on items 8 through 13. Commissioner Shinetsky, did you want to make a motion or did you want to speak on number 8?
I wanted to make a comment on 8. I think this is a great program. Basically, it assists families in need. If a family loses their home, it helps give them temporary lodging. So I just want to give my full support for item number 8. It's a great program that helps people.
Would you like to make a motion then?
I make a motion to approve
Numbers 8 through 13?
8 through 13.
Motion to approve items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 by Commissioner Shinetsky, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut?
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston?
Yes.
Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Item number 14 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, accepting and adopting the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, providing for an effective date.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Lopez. I'm a partner with CBIZ. We're your external auditors. and I'm here today to present the September 30, 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Before I get started, I want to mention that we're here today because of the hard work from Mr. Brimlow, Oleg, and their team. We're auditing 2024, but there was a big transition and turnover in the financial accounting team, pretty much from top to bottom. And an audit takes a lot of time and effort, not just from management, but also from all the employees. And because what we're doing is we're asking for records, we're looking at historical information, and that takes a lot of time. And we're here today issuing this report in compliance with the state deadline. We met that deadline with their hard work. And I'm going to focus on the key items on the reports, but if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. The most important page is printed page 1. That's the independent auditor's report. And for fiscal year ended September 30, 2024, the city received an unmodified, a clean opinion. That's the only opinion as a city and as a commission we want to be associated with. So we're very happy to let the commission know that they received an unmodified, a clean opinion. And when we're doing this audit, it's twofold. It's a financial statement audit, but it's also a compliance audit because we're looking at your state awards based on the program determination set by the agencies and basically testing and by sample. And part of those procedures, if there are any issues identified, if there are any non-compliance, we would have to report that in writing because we follow the government auditing standards. And in the compliance reports in the back section of the ACFR, you'll notice that there were no issues identified based on the procedures we performed. It's a clean opinion in financial statement and in compliance. And I always like to mention and highlight, there's one specific page that gives the reader a good overview of essentially the year, right? Of how the city performed, were there any issues? And it's on printed page 156. It's called the Schedule of Findings and Question Costs. This is at the back of the report. And it basically gives you a summary of the audit results. What was the type of opinion? Were there any issues? And what were the programs that were audited? What were the federal programs and what were the state programs? This year, because the city met the threshold for both federal and state, we tested both federal awards and state awards. Based on the procedures we performed, no issues were identified. And last but not least, there's the management letter to the Florida Auditor General. And in there's different state statutes that we need to take a look at. And if there are any issues, we would need to communicate that. The most important being the financial condition assessment, where we take a look at the historical trend of the city over the last 5 years. And then we also do a comparison to the peers of the city, which is given to us by the state. And if you recall, over the last 5 years, we've seen a trend of an improvement on the city just from financial reporting, right? If you remember back 5 years ago, where we were at compared to where we are now, we've seen that incremental progress year over year. And we're glad to report no issues were identified, no findings were reported in 2024. So it's a big document, but I wanted to focus on the most important things, which is our ultimate reports. But if there's any questions you have, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay. Commission, any questions? Vice Mayor?
As you went through the process, you said that the city had there was no issues. As you was going through this process, were you confident that, let's say, going forward, that that's going to be the case as well? Because, knowing where we came from to knowing where we are right now. And I want to just thank you personally, because every time you come to the mic, you give a very thorough and detailed, report. But for me, if you could next time, if you have any visuals, it would help me. I just, I've come accustomed to looking at these things, but I'm really happy to hear that the city is solid financially and that the audit is good. That really doesn't only give me confidence, I'm sure it gives the residents confidence as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Absolutely. And then just to comment on that, a lot of municipalities are having issues with their financial accounting team, right? It's just kind of the industry in general, finding people with that qualified experience. And the city of Deerfield, with that transition, you were able to find competent people in every level. I work with other municipalities that still have vacancies. So with Oleg and German and their team, and actually just hired another staff about, I think, a month or so ago, and working with them, we definitely see the effort and the competency of your staff. So we definitely think, or yes, this year we issued the report on time. We think now with another year under their belt with the understanding and operations of the city, we definitely think we continue to see the progress moving forward.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to personally thank Oleg. When I first was in office, we had a specific CFO and we got a little bit better. And now we've really, really topped out. So I just want to thank you and your staff. I know this is not an easy thing to do. You got a whole bunch of other things going, the ERP conversion and the staff changes. So thank you very much for your diligence, sir, as well as your departments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone from the public like to speak on item number 14? Only item number 14 in the commission chamber. Madam Clerk, I see one hand online. Dan Hurst, go ahead, please. Could you unmute him?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Of course, it is wonderful when you get an audit that is squeaky clean, and everyone should be commended. But there's one employee I think you're forgetting to give some praise for. There was a woman who kept the department together between when Stephanie was the CFO and the hiring of Oleg. And if I have her name correctly, it was Sharon Haynes. And I think she should be commended as well for her role in this clean audit report and her keeping everything going in between CFOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else online. I don't see anyone else in the commission chamber that would like to speak, so we'll close the public hearing. And then commission item number 14.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Preston. I'm going to give it to Commissioner Plautus, if that's okay, Commissioner Hudak, as the second. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston?
Yes.
Mayor Drosky?
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, before we go to number 15, I just want to ask my colleagues, we're 2.5 hours in. We have some other items that are going to take a little bit of time. Does anyone need a restroom or quick water break before we, because we probably have at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, folks, and we'll be back. It is 9:27 and we'll be back at 9:32.
We're hanging in. So I probably owe you like a no, I literally, I'm sitting here and I'm like, when are you gonna be done, John? I was like, no, I'm like, maybe we should do handwritten note. You wouldn't look. I am so sorry.
Yes. But he's watching.
Yeah. Can you email it?
So right now we have.
Yeah.
So even when I'm.
Gosh, that's fantastic. I know my daughter. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Yeah, same. Okay.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hello.
Thank you. That's a hard work.
Like, how do they keep up with all that?
Yeah.
Locking out of.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, like, how would you just put your body up there? Like, no.
I don't know. Honestly,
Wow, that's why.
Let her wear.
I'm wearing the pants. I didn't have to go.
Oh, yeah.
Some of that reality TV shows. Yeah. Some of that's good press though, like they're just, you know, a little like an hour away.
So what happens if CRA votes yes on the state?
No, it does happen.
You tell me how that works because we have the same.
It's the same thing, but it's a different entity.
Could that ever happen? I mean, not like in this.
It's one like a subcommittee ultimately that rolls up.
The CRA is a special tax. Really? CRA. It's kind of like the camouflage for the CRA. Rodney is the city manager for the city. So all three entities are in this meeting. It's like, you know, the boys club.
Don't tell me that's coffee.
Oh, I do. I forget constantly.
Holdings,
Right.
Futura, entity.
Each of different businesses.
Yeah, right? Delegate.
I understand, okay.
I talked to him and James family.
Yeah.
I was like, Game and A version. No, right, I mean. I guess you could get different feedback from the public at this meeting, if it's letting somebody, rather than choosing the topic, I don't think that happens.
Yeah. No, not yet.
Okay, 9:33, we're 1 minute over. Commissioner Shinetsky. Vice Mayor Preston. We're ready in a minute, please. Commissioner Plow, we're starting. Okay, oops. Time is 9:34 and we're back. Mr. City Attorney, we're up to item number 15.
Yes, Mayor. Item number 15 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving a management agreement with the Deerfield Beach Community Redevelopment Agency and the New World Aquarium, Inc., an affiliated entity of the Museum of Discovery and Science, Inc., for New World to serve as the manager and operator of the Marine Science Center at Sullivan Park for a 10-year term with one additional 10-year renewal term, authorizing execution of the management agreement, waiving the requirements for competitive solicitation set forth in Section 38-116 of the Procurement Code, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Director Moore, are you speaking? You have the clicker.
Yes. I'm sorry, was I missing something?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking, are you the one
I am
to speak on this?
I am
item?
going to speak on this.
Okay.
Actually, but so Chris Morey, CRA Director. Thank you, Mayor Drosky, Vice Mayor Preston, and the members of City Commission. I guess one housekeeping question for you is if you would like me, I can, of course, synthesize this presentation a little bit, given the hour of the night. But if you'd like to, I could go straight into the management agreement if you'd like me to skip the other parts of the presentation.
I don't want you to do the Cliff Notes version on the count of time, but you can do the Cliff Notes version because we just went through this
Yeah.
at CRA
So
before this meeting. So we had a public meeting on this already, so you can give the abbreviated version.
okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. So. No, I mean, I appreciate it. I just wanted to, I didn't want to, oh, whatever. I wanted to get her to read the room. So thank you for that. So again, this is a community redevelopment agency project. Just to go over, excuse me, again, since this is City Commission, perhaps people aren't so familiar with this project. This is the Marine Science Center at Sullivan Park. It's something that has been part of the CRA plan for over 15 years. Excuse me, just the basics, the vision of this project is, of course, to serve a public purpose. Excuse me. Reinforcement of Deerfield Beach as a nautical destination, activation of Sullivan Park and the Cove Shopping Center, of course, removal of slum and blight, which is a foundation of CRA work, support of marine science, STEM and STEAM arts education, support of ecotourism, and of course, collaboration with Deerfield Island County Park. It checks so many boxes in terms of this being an outstandingly good project. This particular partnership has been in just over a year in the making. I met Joe Cox actually in May of 2024. And so we're very proud of bringing this project to fruition so quickly and on such an aggressive time scale. So I'm going to turn it over to, I believe Meredith Fetter is on Zoom. She's the Deputy Director of the Museum of Discovery and Science. She's going to take over this next slide and talk to you about, excuse me, the partnership and introduce you to the Museum of Discovery and Science. Meredith?
Thank you so much, Chris. Good evening again, commissioners. Thank you so much for the time that we've had together in getting us this far, and of course, the time on the agenda tonight. Before we dive in, I did want to recognize the folks we have there with you in the audience. Kathy Nonemacher is there representing MODS New World Aquarium. She is our Chief Financial Officer. Josh Bass, who is a museum trustee of both MODS and New World Aquarium, and is also a VP with JM&A right down the road from this new institution. And then Lisa Davis, who is the Director of Community Impact for JM Family as well. And before we dive into this a little bit, I would think it's definitely worth reiterating and thanking Chris and her team for just their availability and working through all the details and getting us to this point to be able to present to you. Anthony and Rodney, the whole team has just been really tremendous, not only on this side, but as we've worked through the actual build out and what's needed for the exhibits. So just wanted to publicly thank them for their time and express our excitement for this project. We're really excited to be at this point and take that next step. which would be fundraising the additional funds needed to be able to actually install the exhibits. So if anybody online or there in person is not familiar with mods, we have a really strong reputation in the community for delivering high quality STEM experiences for the full family. We have been in this community since 1977, soon to celebrate our 50th anniversary. I think a few things that set us apart as an institution. We were the recipients of the IMLS, which is the Institute for Museum and Library Services National Medal in 2023, which culminated in a visit with an invitation from Jill Biden to the White House with a presentation of the National Medal for our work in environmental education and in access and providing free access programs to our community. Some other points of distinction, we have now for the 4th consecutive year been part of a very elite group of museums, 15 nationally, that work as part of the Lego Playful Learning Museum Network. And so we're very proud of that. And it's that kind of reputation and work that we will definitely be bringing to this project. Mods now sees about 500,000 visitors a year. We are also the largest school field trip destination in the county, seeing close to 100,000 school field trips every year, field trip students. And it's this kind of mix that we expect to be able to bring to the center as well with regards to family visitors, tourism, school field trips. At the museum, we are really, really fortunate to have a dedicated board of trustees, many who have been with us for decades are now second generation, that not only provide what we need in terms of financial oversight and stewardship and strategic direction, but really, I think just expressed in them being present tonight shows their commitment to the work that we're doing, to helping us fundraise, to helping us really get to the finish line on projects. I think, Chris really said it best in the last presentation. We have such aligned missions. I think that this project is going to be an amazing extension of the museum, but also really celebrate the unique biodiversity that you find in Deerfield Beach. And so we're just really excited and appreciate the work of staff and appreciate your time and trust in us. And so I will turn it back over to Chris.
Thank you, Meredith. Director Maury.
Thank you. So it just goes to show we have so much going on that Meredith could actually tell you new things about how great Mods is. Me just listening to her, it's just, we could just hear forever and ever how great of an organization that they are. And we're so happy to be partnering with them. So let's recap the partnership. We started with a memorandum of understanding. That was the first document that was drafted. And basically, that led into a business plan, a schematic design, and the management agreement that we're here to discuss tonight. So in the initial memorandum of understanding, it outlined Mods' responsibilities. They're responsible for the design of interior layout and exhibits, the business plan for center operations, collaboration on fundraising, collaboration on marketing, and of course, what we're doing, or we're culminating in tonight, negotiation of the center management agreement. The CRA also has responsibilities, and I'll outline them for you. Of course, this is the physical infrastructure. The physical building itself is a community redevelopment agency capital project that's funded by the CRA to the tune of $8.1 million. The CRA is responsible for also collaborating on fundraising, collaborating on marketing, excuse me, project oversight, and of course, negotiating the center management agreement as well. So the first deliverable of that memorandum of understanding was the business plan. Generally, the business plan, it's in your backup, but salient points are the fact that the center is operating 5 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The plan goes over admission pricing, rentals, memberships, people that want to visit the center several times a year, staffing, marketing. It covers, of course, all aspects of the business operations. One interesting note that we'll come back to later in this discussion is that the center is being operated on a proposed average of $600,000 a year budget. That covers soup to nuts of all of their operations. That projection is based on them welcoming 26,000 visitors annually. And it's important to note that that type of activity in the area is projected to have a $1.6 million local impact on the economy. So more on the business plan. When we started with the business plan, of course, this is a new operation. It's a new not-for-profit arm of the Museum of Discovery of Science, and it's a brand new entity and a brand new operation. Despite both of our parties' intent for this to be financially sustainable from the very beginning, as we worked on the business plan together, it showed that there is a potential for, operational deficits in the early years of operation. And it's important to emphasize potential. We don't know exactly how many people are going to come through the door. And so, this is our best estimate, and that's what we put together in the business plan. When MODS proposed that original business plan, they were requesting or trying to identify or overcome a $400,000 gap in funding. Of course, again, the CRA and the city did not want to, shoulder that much responsibility. So we were directed to go back to and negotiate further with MODS to further refine the business plan. So we were able to pare down staffing and organizational efficiencies to arrive at a $250,000 maximum potential operational deficit annually. And again, that's a cap. It's not guaranteed for all 5 years. So, we didn't just negotiate down that operational gap. There's, as we've been talking about actually earlier in the evening, negotiation is a give and take, and meeting in the, common ground. And one of the things that MODS, that we negotiated that MODS would provide us in exchange for that operational deficiency payment was additional value-added services. And that being the addition of an enhanced Deerfield Beach tourism marketing package valued at $540,000. And the reason that the picture on this slide is here for you to see is that one of the biggest bangs for the buck will be any visitor that comes to the Museum of Discovery and Science in downtown Fort Lauderdale. When they sit down to see an IMAX movie, they will see a video featuring a marketing asking them to come or encouraging them to come and visit Deerfield Beach. And that's something that no other city has. It would also include center display signage, newsletters, social media, all of the multi-faceted marketing outlets that MODS has. So at the end of the day, the business plan calls for potential for subsidy in the first 5 years, but they have agreed to be completely economically, financially stable by the 6th year of operation. So the other thing that came out of the memorandum of understanding, and I'll just kind of go through this briefly. I don't want to spend too much time on it because if you see it too much, you're going to maybe not want to come and see the museum. I want you to come and see it in person. But one of the deliverables was, of course, the schematic design for the center, which, by the way, again, those people that are not familiar with the CRA, the center is under construction. In fact, we're about to pour the second floor concrete pour on July 16th. So anyway, the center is designed to welcome people through essentially a walk from the Everglades to the ocean. People that visit the center will be guided through the center by hero animals, some real, some AI constructed, as they walk through the different environments. So when you walk into the center, this is a picture, excuse me, a conceptual rendering or a schematic rendering of what you might see when you approach the welcome center of the nature center and start to get a taste of what you're going to see. So generally speaking, when you walk into the center, of course, you're going to start to learn about how water connects us. Again, walking from Everglades to the ocean, and emphasizing Deerfield Beach's infamous flip-flop lifestyle. Visitors will get to see videos, LED videos, and interactive videos as they move through the center in kid-friendly theater style. And they'll make their way through, again, from the Everglades to the coast and to the ocean. These aquarium, some of these things will change, and I'll give you one hint. And then one of those things that's changing right now is the size of one of those aquariums. So that just gives you a taste of what it's going to look like when it's finished. Those schematic drawings will be finalized and delivered to the CRA. It's again one of the deliverables of the MOU, but by August 1st. So let's talk now about the management agreement itself. The management agreement is with New World Aquarium. New World Aquarium is a not-for-profit business subsidiary of the Museum of Discovery and Science. That business model was selected on purpose so that any funds raised for this center go to this center. And for auditing purposes, it's very clearly delineated from the mothership, the mother organization of MODS. So things going into this have to do with this center only. It's a 10-year management agreement with a 10-year renewal option. New World is responsible for all aspects of daily center operations, from staffing to custodial to whatever it takes to run a museum. Excuse me. In exchange for the deficit operation payments or potential payments, they've agreed to do quarterly and annual reporting so that we can be communicating with each other, not just about their finances, but about the operation and how things are going. As I said before, they will have a shared responsibility, if this agreement is approved tonight, of partnering with us to raise $2.1 million to pay for the interior build out of this center. And of course, as I mentioned before, they are in charge of the enhanced Deerfield Beach tourism marketing package. But before I go on, I wanted to talk openly and clearly about financial viability. As I mentioned previously with the business plan, this is a brand new operation. And it's a new thing for the CRA. It's a new thing for MODS. It's a new thing for the city. And so one of the things we wanted to build into this agreement was a termination clause in the case that the financial viability is not achievable. So we've agreed that New World Aquarium will work in good faith to make the Marine Science Center operationally and financially sustainable no longer, excuse me, than the 6th fiscal year. Keep in mind that we have every confidence, based on the prestige and the long track record that you've already heard of MODS operations, that this is not ever going to be a clause that we're going to have to tap into. So just to give you an idea of, a situation where this might be triggered, and it is really in the 2% of the world that attorneys live in, where, the worst things of the worst things can go wrong. But this would be a situation where, for example, their projections of 26,000 visitors a year was only 10,000 visitors a year. In other words, it would have to be an extremely extraordinary situation for them, excuse me, to exit this agreement for a lack of financial viability. So, MODS is not responsible in this management agreement alone. The CRA continues to have responsibilities. As I mentioned, the CRA is responsible for the $8.1 million facility construction that's underway, project management, also the upcoming fundraising lift, and marketing as well. So the way that the deal is structured is that the CRA would shoulder any potential operational deficit funding in the first 3 fiscal years. While it's still in existence, the CRA will maintain the building through the expiration of the warranty period. And we anticipate then that the CRA would transfer ownership of the facility to the city roughly in 2028 or 2029. And since we're here tonight, there's a city role in this agreement as well. The city will be responsible for maintenance of the grounds and landscaping. The center will, upon opening, be part of Sullivan Park, and so that will be part of the Sullivan Park facility. The city will be also responsible for, excuse me, what we call from paint out in terms of maintenance of the HVAC system, electrical, water, sewer, solar panel, and roof system. The city will be responsible for the timely approval of a proposed facility name. The city will share responsibility for marketing through PAM. And in the last 2 years, the last 2 fiscal years of the 5-year agreement, be responsible for up to $250,000 to cover potential operational deficit in the fourth quarter. I'm sorry, the fourth and fiscal years. So that is my outline of the management agreement, the basic foundation of the project, and the steps that we've taken to get to this place tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor and city commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Maury. Thank you again for the presentation. Commissioner Shinetsky, did you have anything new?
I just want to comment. If that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Again, like I said in CRA, I think this is a great step for Deerfield Beach in terms of their credibility. The bottom line is Deerfield Beach is a tourist city, and we are in competition with our sister cities, Pompano Beach, Fort Lauderdale. We're in competition. We're a tourist city, and we're in competition to get tourists. This would put Deerfield Beach on the map. And most importantly, it shows that Deerfield Beach cares about our children and the future generations coming up to educate children in marine life. And just like the Braithwaite Center was investment by Deerfield Beach, the city, for their 55 and older community, and I think it's been a big success. I think this will be a success for Deerfield Beach and the young community, the children. And I'm very happy about MODS because, like you said, they've been in business for almost 50 years. And plus, not only the 2023 National Medal, which was like, it's the Academy Award for museums and libraries, but in 2025, this year, MODS was number 4 out of the top 10 children's museum in the nation under the Newsweek competition. It's the only museum in Florida to be in the top 10. So that's a big accomplishment. I think we're definitely working with elite people, and I think it's going to be a success.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any more lights, excuse me. So we'll go to public hearing. Anyone in the commission chamber that would like to speak to item number 15 only, please? Mr. Bass, just give 1 second.
Good evening, Greg Havlish, 907 Southeast 13th Street. I spent the first 5 years after college working in a public aquarium. And as I've watched this project come to fruition, I've become incredibly excited about the prospects that it has for both the city and the community as a whole. There is no doubt going to be a cacophony of people complaining about the cost, how much it costs to run, how much it costs to build. And what I say to those people is that you cannot put a price on the look on a child's face when they make the connection between this world and the underwater world. I saw that daily working in the aquarium. I'm really excited about the fact that Deerfield Beach will offer this. I'm excited about the fact that we have partnered with such an institution like MODS. I've been to the facility. It's fantastic, and I wholeheartedly support it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comment. Mr. Bass, now your turn.
Sorry about that. Hi, Josh
okay.
Bass. I work at JM Family, located at 100 Jim Moran Boulevard here in Deerfield Beach. So I have the pleasure of getting to work with the MODS team. I actually am a trustee as well. I sit on the board of MODS. I have for many years, and I can attest to the fact that Joe Cox, who runs and is the president of it, and Meredith, who's a deputy, and the team, Kathy, et cetera, are just unbelievable team. They are great operators. The museum is run efficiently. There's a lot of fiscal responsibility. They know the business. They know how to actually engage and get engagement from kids, adults, seniors, everyone who comes through those doors. I was actually at the museum last night, even. I was in an IMAX, and it would have been actually great to have seen the ad. We talked about celebrating Deerfield Beach and the location here. But I will just say JM Family's had a long-term partnership with Mods. They're aligned in terms of their culture. They're aligned in terms of their strategic goals of inspiring ultimately others in science and everybody who walks through their doors. So just appreciate your consideration, and we're really just excited about this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. As a trustee, I expect an invitation to the commission to the first IMAX premiere with our logo. So
Looking forward to it.
as am I. Anyone else in the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number 15? Mr. Estrada, come on down. Mr. Cummings, you're going to beat him to the podium. Mr. Estrada, you're on deck if that's okay.
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. I really like this project from the museum point of view. I think it's going to be wonderful, and but I do think that it's missing a big component. Mods is successful where it's at because directly across the street from it is a multi-level garage. So I'm just curious, did anybody take a look at the percentages of the clients that come in that arrive by a bus versus the ones that come by motor vehicle? This area is already challenged by parking. We already have problems with people going to the beach, parking in the city lot in the Cove. So I just think that it's a mistake not to address that before we do this. We want this to be a success. But if you build a ballpark without parking, it's going to fail. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Estrada, now you're up.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. Yeah, echoing what a few folks have said, really excited to see the city taking on such an ambitious project and something that is going to cost us some money in the short term. It sounds like over the first 5 years, there's going to be some operating costs that we're going to be covering. I think it would be helpful for these presentations for laymen like me to have a very clear final line of this is exactly how much the city is going to be putting in on our end. I think that would sort of help us cut through some of the noise of all the different numbers that are there. But generally speaking, I think that this is only going to add to the city. I say this every time I come up. We have some amazing parks. We have a world-class beach. And I think something like this museum is really going to help the city push forward in the next 50, 100 years and really kind of help us plant the flag as a city that's doing bigger things and really bringing people into the city that we're going to need to keep this economy going. So again, there are some things to still think about. A big piece of it, as someone mentioned, was parking, figuring out, what a solution looks like for that area. And then also knowing that, even though this is only one project that we're putting money towards right here, this is kind of building out to a larger area of the Cove. And so really thinking through, as future decisions are made around the Cove and surrounding areas, thinking how all of those things fit in together. Because I think, if things go well, we can have a really big influx of folks that are coming in to visit this. So hopefully we're continuing to look, what does that reality look like in a few years and not just plan for what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Is there anyone else in the commission chamber that'd like to speak on item number 15? Seeing no one, we'll go online. The first hand I see, Madam Clerk, is Dan Hers. If you could please unmute him. Go ahead, Mr. Hers.
Thank you, Mayor. And Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. And I'm not going to give the same speech. Just like the two representatives from JM Family, I think my Museum of Discovery and Science is a wonderful organization. And I've been there many times myself. And I have no problem with them. And if the city were forced to find an 11th hour partner, I think Mods was a great choice. My problem is with a CRA director that seeks approval for a project with one set of facts in September of 2024 and then changes the facts going forward like it's no big deal. Also, I do have a question. If the two parties had not agreed to the city fronting the first $250,000 of operational losses, how much less would mods have spent on advertising? Also, I saw in the backup that there's a list of 30 potential donors, and I don't see my name on the list. And a quick shout out to Greg. Good seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see is Katie Freitag. Madam Clerk, if you could please unmute her.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Fortunately and unfortunately, I see my women's club name on the list of donors. Sorry, Mr. Hers. The question I have, and I'm sure more of the information will come back to fruition when this all comes out, is yes, there's sponsorships available. First of all, I think this is going to be an absolutely incredible feather in our cap for Deerfield Beach. I think it's definitely needed, definitely warranted, and it's going to be amazing. The whole concept from sawgrass to seagrass, it's amazing. It's going to be incredible for our entire city. My question is along the lines of the donors and the funds. Are there going to be hopefully a little bit more feasible amounts for smaller projects that, you know, again, the bringing in the different projects, the different mods that mods will be bringing in, the different areas where they're going to obviously not stay the whole time. They'll be changing out to keep things fresh and new. But are there going to be additional options in that regard for smaller budgetary donation numbers? Because those numbers are a little high for my women's club, but we definitely want to be a part of this, maybe even in some different ways. With news to be found out once we get the city's approval through the grant process. That's a little bit later. But I definitely think it's a fabulous program, a fabulous project. I had a chance to go to the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library, and a lot of people don't realize when presidents have their libraries built, they are responsible to cover every single penny of the cost of the library. Once the library is open, it's up to the taxpayers to fund the upkeep and overall staffing and maintenance of those particular buildings. All of those libraries are covered by the taxpayers on an annual basis. But the initial outlay is what the president is on the hook for themselves. This is exactly what CRA has done. They are providing the initial outlay, and they're asking the taxpayers to assist in helping with the year-to-year outlay. And I think that is completely respectable, understandable, and definitely going to be a boon again for our community. So I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I don't see any more hands. I think the takeaway is that the Women's Club pledged 2.1 million tonight. So make sure, Director Moore, you follow up with that. Otherwise, Vice Mayor Preston, if you're late.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to say that everybody's enthused. There's a lot of energy about the project. I'm all with that. But I think the gentleman makes a great point about the parking. Let's assume that we're tremendously successful with this venture. We don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we say we overlook this. I think that we need to give the parking second and third look to make sure that we can accommodate, because that can be very, very important and we got to anticipate also, which would be the time to do it now, anticipate growth. And if there is growth, how are the potential clients going to be accommodated? Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Maury, we'll go to Commissioner Hudak, but if you'll come up afterward, Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's exciting to see the community as a whole excited about this operation. I think it'd be great if we had, different levels of donations for the Deerfield Beach organizations like Kiwanis Rotary and of course the Women's Club and their 2.1 million that we really appreciate very, very much. I think it's exciting because this is, a community, project. Yes, it's in District 1, but this is something that is going to help Deerfield as a whole. One of the things that it is projected to do is increase the economic engine of that area by $1.6 million a year. And it's just exciting to hear that the community is really excited about this project. This is something that, this commission has pushed for and the previous commission has pushed for. So I'm very, very excited about it. The memorandum of agreement was, I think it was a win-win for both parties. And I know that a lot of work went into it. There was a lot of, back and forth negotiations, and I believe that we've found a win-win situation for not only mods and the city, but also the CRA. So I'm very excited about this opportunity and looking forward to approving it tonight.
Was that a motion?
I was going to wait for Ms. Murray, but yes, I'll make a motion for approval.
The vice mayor had a question.
The vice mayor's question was about parking?
Yes.
Yes. So, as it regards parking, remember, this is part of the Sullivan Park facility. So we overbuilt the parking for the original Sullivan Park. There are 66 parking spaces there. And those are parking spaces that are for public use. So you probably know that my office is there, so we have a pretty good feel of how that parking is used. Most of the parking right now on the west end of the park, like the part that will be closest to this museum, is currently used by construction vehicles, most of them being Broward County construction vehicles that were just finishing up the construction on the island, and our own construction workers who are, of course, building the building right now. So a lot of that parking demand will, of course, disappear when the construction's done. But the other thing that we have in the agreement is of course, just the idea that during the week, especially, many of the visitors to this museum will arrive via bus, like one vehicle. So there'll be, the bus will pull in, there's actually a pull-out driveway, park and let the kids out. So there actually won't be, dozens and dozens of vehicles to bring 25 kids there. It'll be one vehicle. So, there's that as well. But the public may not be aware that one of the features of the building is that it's built over parking. And so there are 11 parking spaces under the building that are additional parking, as well as will be an additional 12 parking spaces on the west side of the intersection where our construction trailers currently are. So altogether, that's an additional 23 parking spaces plus the 66 that are there. This museum is 5,000 square feet. It just doesn't have that kind of capacity. People, if they filled up all of those parking spots, there would be a queue of people waiting to get into the museum. So I hope that answers the parking question.
It addresses it. I'm hoping that there's tons of buses that comes with kids loaded up, So I just want to know that if we should have an issue, that we thought it out. That's all.
Well, and two, as it relates to parking, keep in mind that this is the city commission meeting, but next month we'll be talking about CRA priorities through the CRA budgeting process. So I think there'll be discussion about parking as part of that as well. And in terms of the number of buses, I don't know if Meredith wanted to come back on as she's waving, because she can probably tell you more about how many buses, because they schedule field trips. It's not like just buses just show up, right? So she'll tell you probably how many buses could be scheduled for that, center to be at capacity at any one time. Again, that's why they manage. And I think, Meredith, if you would also perhaps address the levels of donations.
Happy to. Thank you, Chris. Yes, so it is a very rare circumstance in which we have a bus just show up, and I'll give you the example of that. We might have a summer field trip that had planned on spending the day at the Rapids Water Park, but it's pouring rain, so they come to Mods on an unannounced visit. Typically, 99.9% of the time, those are booked weeks in advance. And so we have an entire booking team at our disposal who really orchestrates ensuring that we're providing the best guest experience. And so while we want to definitely have these sold out days, we also want to be very conscious of children being able to move through the exhibits and have that complete experience that we want them to leave with. So we will look at those capacities. We will look at what time they're arriving during the day. We'll look at the age of the children. And we really try to be very thoughtful about pairing that up appropriately so that everybody has the best experience. So at Mods, I'll give you an example. Our field trip capacity in a given day is about 900, but for us, it's all about staggering that bus arrival. So we don't have all 12 buses coming at 9 o'clock for a drop off. We do that intentionally so that we can just properly manage the guest flow. So we'll put that same thoughtfulness. And of course, at the beginning, we expect there to be, some growing pains as we kind of learn what works well and what doesn't, how long it takes children to get into the building, how long it takes to unload lunches they might come with. And we'll make sure that we make those adjustments to be able to support exactly what we're talking about tonight, which is that really amazing experience that they leave with. And then with regards to the donations, our goal right now, we were just focused specifically as a step one on the funds needed to kind of get those exhibits open. We know it takes gifts of all shapes and sizes. I think what we proposed in the plan was just looking at some of those larger naming opportunities. But if you use our most recent build at the museum in our discovery spot, JM Family being the lead donor with a 7-figure gift, and we have gifts that are also at the $2,000 level with tile naming within the exhibit space for families. So we're very aware and we want it to be something that the entire community can embrace and feel that they're represented in. So we'll definitely work through those details as the next phase of this work continues.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Plow, did you have any
Thank you.
questions?
Yes, a question for any of the mod staff. I know Mr. Cox worked extensively for many years to develop all the educational contacts in Broward County because the original, place is in Fort Lauderdale. And, people work during the day most of the time. And so I foresee what we're talking about right now with all those school trips and everything like that. Have we, or have you, or do you have a plan to do some extensive marketing in Palm Beach County? Since we're right here on the line, you can walk up to Palm Beach County from that area in about 10 minutes if you just go north on Federal. So that's what I'm thinking, is to try to engage some schools for their field trips from Palm Beach County.
Absolutely. So we do that right now at Mods. We target the upper half of Miami and the lower half of Palm Beach being in Fort Lauderdale. So I certainly see with the move further north, right close to that county line, we'll be able to make even more impact into Palm Beach. And every year when we do our educator guide, we are working with all 3 school districts, making sure that we are adhering to and meeting the correct standards for any kind of learning goals that the districts are focused on. And our outreach program, which is really robust, serving about 75,000 learners annually, already does serve the Tri-County area. And we've also gone as far west as Naples and as far south as the Keys. But I see having this new home base will allow us to continue to be kind of even more impactful in the Palm Beach County area.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And the only other thing I wanted to say was great shout out for JM Family, such a friend to Deerfield Beach and dear to my heart as well. So thank you for that massive donation to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's time to bring this one to landing. Commissioner Hudak, it's your district. Would you like to make the motion?
I did, but I'll make another one. I'll make a motion to approve.
So long ago, I forgot. So
Second.
motion to approve item number 15 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Could we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Schnetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item 16 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending the guidelines relating to the reporting requirements for Community Participation Grant Program funding administered by the Department of Community Services to charitable and public purpose nonprofit organizations serving the Deerfield Beach community, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Greetings, Mayor, Commission, Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. So this is a straightforward item. This is the community participation grant that the Community Services Department administers each year. And with this grant, we provide funding to local nonprofits to assist the cities serving a valid public purpose. So this is a competitive grant and funding is determined annually. So the ask for tonight is simply to change the reporting structure from a monthly basis to a quarterly basis. Everything with the grant will remain as is. We just want to create a structure that aligns better with the department capacity with the quarterly reporting. So I'm just asking that the commission approve this resolution to implement quarterly reporting. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Thank you, Mr. Salas. I don't see any lights, so we'll go straight to the public hearing. Anyone in the chamber would like to speak on item number 16 this evening? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do you see anyone online for item 16? I do not either, so we will close the public hearing. Commission?
Motion to approve item 16.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plaut. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None. Let the record show unanimous consent. Their city attorney, number 17.
Item number 17 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the ranking and award of RFP number 25-010 for building services to Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc., authorizing execution of an agreement with Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc., the top-ranked responsive and responsible proposer, to provide building department services for a 3-year term with 2 additional 1-year renewal terms, providing for implementation and an effective date.
All right. Good evening, Eric Power, Director of Planning and Development Services. So just the background, in 2015, the City of Deerfield Beach entered into the original 5-year contract with Calvin Giordano for building services. That original contract had a 1 5-year renewal. So in 2020, that item was brought back to the commission at that time to approve the 1 5-year renewal, which it did. Just as a quick note, that was during COVID. We had some cancellation of meetings and other issues. So that particular item, which was due at the end of June, was pushed to September. So now our contract runs to September. And as that was expired, city went back out to bid, had a competitive bidding process. You know, we had 2 submitted proposals, one being Calvin Giordano, asterisk, because they were the highest ranked, and the other being Cap Government. I wanted to bring up 2 slides that I thought were important to discuss regarding staffing with CGA. I've heard it several times working here in the city that we are a breeding ground for other cities where people come here and get training and then go elsewhere. There is a good amount of longevity here with the employees that are with City of Deerfield Beach. Obviously, Sheila Oliver, our building official, has been with the city for 10 years. And our permit administrator, who is the main permit clerk, Summer Collins, has been here for as long. Our assisting building official has been here for 8 years, mechanical chiefs, and our plan reviewer is 7 years. So we do have many employees who have worked for CGA that have been with the city for a number of years. We've also received multiple recognitions. This is all through BORA, the Broward County Board of Rules and Appeals, who regulates building departments for Broward County on behalf of the state. Sheila Oliver did receive Building Official of the Year in 2018. Dale Rich, Structural Inspector of the Year. electrical plans reviewer, plumbing plans reviewer, summer receipt permit tech of the year. So, you know, the city has been awarded multiple awards for the work of staff over this time. So getting into what we do, right? So this is just last 5 years, 6 years, if you look at the information, but essentially what this is permits, reviews, and inspections. So we do permits. Not every permit is approved on the first try. Sometimes you have to do it once, twice, 3 times. And then we do inspections. And not every permit is just one inspection. Some permits could be hundreds of inspections. A brand new building can be, you know, multiple inspections. So, you know, we are fairly consistent. I mean, we've talked about this before. We had a spike in the 2019, 2020 years where we had a lot of development and growth, like the JM building and some other types of buildings that are being built. But we are fairly consistent with the amount of work that we do throughout the year. We do almost 25,000 inspections a year. We do roughly, you know, 8,000 to 9,000 building permits a year, you know, and essentially somewhere between 14,000 and 15,000 of those are, you know, full plan reviews. So we're a very busy department, and we do have a lot of activity with the city. Just talk about revenue sharing with the contract. So in the 2015 contract, the original contract was set up where it was an 85-15 split. When we went back with the 5-year renewal, we decided to request with CGA that we change that contract agreement because as a dedicated funding source, the Building Services Fund, which is separate, say, from the general fund, it does fully support the building department as well as the multiple needs that the city uses that fund for. And it was determined that the city, you know, needs to collect approximately $750,000 a year in order to meet the requirements that have been provided to the building fund to pay for those items. And so it's based on a $3 million annual permit revenue, which is less than what we've been doing, but that is, say, in a worst case scenario during a recession. So the way it's split up is that the city retains, you know, 25% of the permit fees until we reach the number that we need, and then it shifts to a 90-10 percentage. I want to show you I'll just show you what that basically means. Again, just going back to it, per state statute, it is a requirement that building dollars stay within the building department. I can't take building fund revenue and go buy a fire truck. I can't build a new playground with it. I have to use it for building related needs and services. So some of the things that we currently fund uses for is we do in the fund fully pays for 2 fire inspectors, which is almost $500,000 in cost that comes out of the general fund, but pays for the building fund. Administrative costs, imputed rent, you know, all the scanning and microfilming that we do, software maintenance, conversion to online plan review, and the savings for remodeling repairs of City Hall and future improvements that we're doing here for the city. Sorry, so going on to prior revenue split versus the current split. The prior being obviously a straight 15%. What we've done with the current is you can see that even though this began in 2020, if we had gone back in time to the original contract, we would have always have collected additional dollars, which is very important. However, if you look at this particular graph, if we had stayed with that 15%, not only would we have not have made the minimum amount, the $750,000 that we needed to make in 2017, 2018 area, we wouldn't have made it in the 21 and 22 area. So it's very important that we moved on to this different price model, and it's proven to be effective for the city in that time. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, the first light I saw was Commissioner Shinetsky. Any questions?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just have a statement or request. I believe this is too important of a topic because this is a contract. There've been some issues in terms of this. I've had some constituents speak with me about this. I think this needs to be reviewed a lot deeper. And I'm requesting maybe a presentation by Giordano Association to actually come here and answer questions from the dais. I think more needs to be spoken about this. before it could go for voting. There are a lot of questions, a lot of issues concerning customer service, the process, and I really feel that Giordano should give a presentation and there should be more examination of this. And that's what I feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. If it's okay, Vice Mayor, can I jump in? I know your light was next. But I was just through a long campaign, and this issue came up very significantly in all 4 districts. And I heard it loud and clear from the residents that they had issues with the current building department the way that it is. Now, whether they're right or they're wrong, I know there's explanations for it, but I mean, the backup that we were given for this is just unacceptable in my opinion. I mean, it does not address, and I'm with you, Commissioner. I would send this back to the committee. There's 4 options that we have tonight, and I wrote them down. We could, 1, approve the ranking as it is. We can, 2, reject all bids, and then approve the second bidder, which I would not do. I think that's a bad look, to be honest with you. We, 3, can send it back to the committee for more information, or we, 4, can re-rank ourselves as the commission, but that would require a 4/5 vote. So sending it back to the committee, I mean, there's a lot of detail that is missing from the backup. If you look online, I mean, first of all, it's come to my attention, there was no interviews that the committee undertook. So it was just straight from the materials that were presented. I would send it back to the committee and have the applicants do interviews going forward. Secondly is issues with respect to staffing to ensure, I don't know if the committee looked at staffing issues that we're having. There was nothing that was in the backup that I could ascertain from there. Customer service satisfaction needs to be addressed as well going forward. We're having an issue of integrating the software from the vendor to the city. That needs to be absolutely 100% addressed. We need to get into the digital age. And 3, changing the processes and procedures for better efficiency in that department. Those are 4 categories I think that the committee needs to reevaluate and give the commission more details going forward along with an interview. I mean, listen, if you're going to believe anyone, believe me. I just went through an intense campaign for the last 4 months, and I heard it loud and clear. And we owe it to the residents to get this right. If you look at the backup online, it's very thin. And I don't think we can approve this the way that it is. And that's my opinion. And I wanted to jump out in front of that, Vice Mayor. And you're next.
Absolutely. I want to actually add to that. Commissioner Shinesky was 100% for bringing, making the statements that he did, because I've had people say to me, we tell them that they need to get a permit or whatever, and they all complain. I heard it from the mayor, from commissioner, the customer service. People talk about how they were treated. And Eric, you and I have talked about customer service, and you addressed it. You actually say, we can do some things, and I'm confident with the conversation that I've had with you and the things that you wanted to do in terms of how you reach the public and how we treat them. But the exact same things, the customer service is not good. The question would be, and again, Commissioner Shinesky is right on it. How come they're not giving the presentation, telling us how good they are, telling us why they want us to vote on them to be retained in the city of Deerfield Beach? How come they're not giving their presentation to be able to validate a lot of the things that you're saying? And so I can tell you it's the same thing I'm getting. And additionally, a lot of people have come to me, and it's tough to be able to justify when people are complaining about code and how they're treated and the things that is being said to them and how it's being said to them. And then they just feel like they're just being singled out or picked on. And so there's a lot of issues here. as well, and I share the mayor's concern as well as Commissioner Shinesky.
Commissioner Hudak, you're
Well, I'm
up.
glad I'm not in the minority on this one. We have talked, since I've been on the dais here since 2019, this has been a challenge. It has not all been the building department's challenge. Sheila has done a wonderful job and people speak high volumes about her. But building inspections, ad nauseum. I think we've all heard it more than one time. And you and I have had a lot of dialogue on it. And sometimes you show where, it's the contractor. And sometimes, it's the customer service. Since 2019, 2020, we've talked about going the electronic route so that these files aren't sitting on somebody's desk while he's out fishing somewhere. And we haven't seen that. And I don't know if it's Calvin Giordano's software system that doesn't talk with the cities. I don't know if we need to purchase a new one like we went through the ERP system, but since 2019, that's one of the things that I've heard a lot about. And I think this is a little premature. I would have to agree with Commissioner Shinesky, as well as the mayor, and the vice mayor, that I think we need to really look at how the customer service is done. I've heard it 100 times. Deerfield is not friendly to the businesses, to permitting. And this isn't the first time you've heard it from me, and I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard it from the other members of the dais. I really think it's something that we have an opportunity right now to look at how the department is set up. Is it set up right? Is the communication within that department accurate? Because we hear it all the time. I go back, I tell them, they tell me what they need. I get them what they need. And, then now I need something else. And then I need something else. And I'm not saying it's always the department. I know, like we've talked about a couple times where a contractor's lying to their customers. I understand that. So I don't want to put all of the blame on the staff. But I really think we have an opportunity right now to look at how we're doing this function and find some alternate ways of doing it. So I'm agreeing with the other members of the dais that I think we need to relook at this as opposed to just put a rubber stamp and moving forward. So I'm going to ask you to follow what the dais said and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Pott, would you like to jump in, or you want to wait till after public comment?
I'll comment with my vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I understand that people did sign up to speak on this, so we'll go to public here.
Mark?
Does Mark have a last name? Oh.
It was probably my handwriting.
Name and
Didn't make it
address
through
for the
medical
record,
school.
please.
My name is Mark LaFerrier, and I'm Regional Operations Director with CAP Government. We were the other proposal that was submitted to the Evaluation Committee. Our offices are in Broward County, Miami-Dade County, and also in Palm Beach County. Our office in Fort Lauderdale is 100 Southeast 12th Street, Fort Lauderdale 33316. We also want to have a chance to show what we can do in building departments, make a presentation to the committee and to the commission. We think this is an important point in the city's history. This city has a lot of bright future ahead. There's a lot of potential here. And I've been in the government business for about 30 years. I came to CAP Government about 5 years ago. I ran redevelopment agencies. I ran community development agencies for Miami-Dade County, Fort Lauderdale, and Dania Beach. The one thing that can sort of inhibit land development activity and redevelopment is a building department that's not functioning right. The building department that you have now, you already stated it, it's an outdated, old-fashioned building department. It still operates on paper. The greatest advancement in our industry since COVID has been the digitization of building departments. It's something we are experts in. We started in it 12 years ago. Almost all of our clients do it. We've got 85 clients throughout the state. We've got educational institutions also. And all of our full-service clients all use digital plan review and inspections. If you think about it, you stay at home, you submit your application, you're at your office, you submit your application, all your plans get uploaded. All of the plan reviewers look at all at that at the same time. They don't have to pass a piece of paper from one desk to the other. When it comes time to do the inspections, our inspectors are out with iPads. They result it on the job site. It goes up, it's live. Contractor can see it. I don't think it's always the public's fault or the contractor's fault. I think it's the responsibility of the building department and the staff to make sure that they make this process as good as it can possibly be. There's a lot of education involved, of course, and we're always happy to do that. Those are usually typically the mom and pops and the owner builders. But most of all the designers, architects, and engineers are very familiar with digital plan review and inspections. As a matter of fact, most all of them are very familiar with CAPS plan review and inspections. So if we were to win this bid, you wouldn't have to worry about buying new software, training new people, transitioning things over. We've already done that for years. We'll bring the software program and the expertise to the city at no extra charge at all. None, zero. We've got tried and true software program that I said earlier, the public knows. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrier. Time's up, unfortunately. Thank you.
In closing, thank you very much. We really look forward to an opportunity to work for Deerfield Beach.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, was there anyone else that signed up? Okay. I will go with who's in the commission chamber.
I'm freezing. Maureen Kenny, 615 Southeast 7th Avenue. And on the corner of 7th Street, where all that mess is. So I'm just here to say, I reported something that I thought should have been reported. And you know this. Somebody didn't have a permit for something. So if you go and tell the city that you think that somebody didn't pull permits, they tell that person that you're the one who reported it. Well, I did it. I reported something that was being done in my neighborhood. The person came after me, threatened me. So it has not been easy. So thus, nobody wants to complain. I don't think it's our job to complain about something like that. The other thing is, there are boats, cars, trucks on everybody's lawn, on mine. I'm not talking about the construction. I'm talking about all the time. Boats out on the lawns. Why don't we have laws about this? Eric?
You need to address the commission, Ms. Kenny, and you may be talking more code enforcement than building services.
I'm
which
not
is
talking about the building
the
now.
code for
Yeah.
Tonight.
So
Well, building is the item up for this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the code is what I told you about. I reported someone who didn't put a permit on. And then code or whoever, the city, told that person it was me. That is not good. I know you don't have to say anything, but I'm just telling you
And I'm not.
an experience that I went through. It's not good. I mean, I tried to have a nice neighborhood. Right now I have a terrible neighborhood, but for 42 years I had a beautiful neighborhood. So if people can't complain about something like that, then how do you keep your neighborhood nice? I think that's what the code people are supposed to be doing, right?
We'll talk code later. Coincidence, same company, different department.
Okay.
Yes, but Mr. Davis is here in the back with his hand raised. He's the head of code if you'd like to speak to him. Otherwise, Mayor Noland?
Good evening. A little late, huh? Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast 3rd Terrace, Deerfield Beach. I'm very glad to hear when you were talking just recently that how you feel about this. I feel that a lot of times before you with the drainage project in District 1, and Mike can attest to this. Also the pier. A lot of times you're asked to rubber stamp. It's the staff comes in here and they say, we feel that this is the way to go, and you rubber stamp it. Please don't rubber stamp this tonight. You have two companies that are vying for this job. I think that my personal opinion, you need to see everybody's report. How much, how many people, what it's going to be, what they're going to do, and compare the apples and apples. If they're apples and oranges, then you know what to pick. It's something that's being handed to you right now. You know that this has been going on for years. When I was here, I heard it. And now you're hearing it. When people are trying to contractors don't want to come here to the city. They don't want to come here because it's too much of a hassle. Something has to be done. And you're planning on redoing Dixie Highway? Can you imagine what that's going to be like? I'm just saying that you have the opportunity to look at both proposals fully, not what's in the backup, because the backup tells you nothing. And two or three people sit down, a committee, and look at papers that were handed to them by this company and this company, and they're supposed to make a educated decision upon it. No, this is your job. The buck stops here, because when there's problems, who do they call? They call any one of you gentlemen up here. So I appreciate that you're looking at it this way, and you're opening your minds that know that this is something very important for the city of Deerfield Beach. This is our future, and it's up to you to make the right decisions so things can move smoothly in the future. Thank you. The other company might not get it, but at least look at it thoroughly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Noland. Is there anyone else inside the commission chamber that would like to speak this evening?
Greg Havlish, 907 Southeast 13th Street. Over the past almost a year at this point, I completed a massive renovation to my home. I intend on spending, God willing, the next 50 years in Deerfield Beach, so I wanted to create my forever home. And the process that I went through was a masterclass in inefficiency with dealing with the building department. This is not to say that the folks who work in that department, both the people in the review side of it and the people in the inspection side of it, were all incredibly professional. I never had an issue with dealing with them. When I did have issues, they were willing to help me and work through them, even though I was just the owner. I wasn't a contractor, I wasn't the architect, and I didn't speak the language of the industry, but they still helped me. But the inefficiency that was built into the paper, antiquated system, which we've discussed in the past, led to many different problems. Plans getting misplaced, plans not getting back to me. So when it came time to push the project forward, there were delays. The inspectors, on the other hand, were nothing but perfect. The folks who did my inspections had my best interests in mind. They are professional, skilled, knowledgeable, and I frankly couldn't thank them more for the issues that they caught that the contractor didn't. Because I'd seen them so many times, I got to talking to them and saying, what's going on in the building department? Why are these issues happening? And what I heard was an unfortunate tale of people being overworked, underpaid, not being cross-trained. So I think the most important thing is what others have suggested, is that this issue needs to be reevaluated. There needs to be more information about what CGA is going to do in order to address these issues, and a full analysis of our options going forward need to be looked at, because as was mentioned, this is the future of our city. This could be the make or break moment for future development. And as we look to the next 100 years, it would be a shame if it was held back because we just didn't want to change. So I appreciate you all looking into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Havlish, and very savvy to sneak the centennial into your comments. Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak this evening? Otherwise, Madam Clerk, I see one hand online, Dan Hers. If we go ahead, Mr. Hers.
Thank you, Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. And Mayor, I'm trying to figure out how you got an advanced copy of my speech, as you'll see in a second. The backup provided to the taxpayers is just another example of the lack of transparency in the first 3 months of the Drosky administration. Is code enforcement part of this renewal contract, even though it's not mentioned anywhere? And if it's not part of this contract, when will that contract be going out for an RFP? Or is the city's intention to bring back code enforcement in-house like it was before 2015? The contract for code enforcement also expires September 30th. If we use a 10% increase in the income received from building permits that was just released on the 24 audited financial statements, that amounts to $6.3 million per year. With the formula in the new contract, CG&A would receive $5.2 million and the city $1.1 million. Another issue is the constant stream of complaints heard regarding the building department and the slow, tedious process of obtaining permits. Part of the problem is we are one of only a few cities left in Broward County using paper permits, which is so 20th century. At almost every stop on the recent campaign, Mayor Drosky and myself heard complaints about doing business with CG&A. A specific example is in order here. Everyone in the city is aware of the haunted 3-story bombed out looking building in Palm Plaza. I have had extensive conversation with the building's owner and his representatives on numerous occasions. Time after time, they have relayed their frustration with the plans they have submitted to the building department to repair the building. Whether it's the shoring of the building or some other item, Sheila Oliver has made things extremely difficult for them. One would think that it would be in everyone's best interest to do whatever necessary to relieve the city of that eyesore. If you would like to postpone your vote this evening, I'm sure I can get a representative of the owner to fill you in on the specifics of what Sheila Oliver has done to them. Another business owner who would not let me use his name for fear of retribution by the building department said of the numerous locations they have opened around the country, none was more difficult to work with than CG&A. I never understood why the city manager didn't call other municipalities and find out who they use for their building services department if it isn't in-house. After everything I've heard about CG&A, it's hard to believe the city couldn't find anyone better. I think you also need to question the whole.
Time's up, Mr. Hers. Can you wrap it up, please? Go ahead, finish your thought. Oh, you can message the clerk and finish your thought, Mr. Hers. But we'll move on in the meantime. Mayor, do you need some water? You good? Okay. Anyone else that would like to speak either online or in the commission chambers? Madam Clerk, am I missing anybody? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number, what are we up to? 17. You all must know if Mr. Hers and I agree on something, we must be getting somewhere. So I think it's pretty obvious at this point. So Commission, what's your pleasure? Someone's gonna have to make a motion.
Motion to suspend this item for future consideration.
Well, I think we're gonna have to get a little more.
Yeah, a little technical.
specific.
So the item before you is approving the ranking and award of the RFP to Calvin Giordano. So if you don't want to do that, I think what I'm hearing is potentially it may go back to the committee or you may take some other option. But if you don't want to do that, what you may want to do is just table this item, motion to table it. If you don't pull it off the table by the end of the meeting, it'll die. And then do a subsequent motion with respect to what I believe may be coming, which is sending it back to the committee if that's what you're looking to do.
I definitely want to make a motion to send this back to the committee. So we should table this item and have it sent back to the committee for reevaluation of the respondents.
I second it. Whoa. Slow down, everybody. Is that separate motions, Mr. City Attorney?
They should be separate motions. What you could do is make a motion to see if they want to send the ranking evaluation back. If that motion prevails, then you could table item 17.
Yes,
Seconded.
I'll make that motion.
For clarification, so you're motioning to send the ranking and evaluation back to the committee to conduct further evaluations
Correct.
consistent with the RFP.
Yes.
And the second?
I seconded.
Okay, so motion to send it back to the committee by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Okay, so the ranking has been sent back, and to deal with the item 17, what I would suggest you do is just motion to table.
Now
the
I'd
item.
make a motion to table item 17.
Second.
Motion to table item 17 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Again, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 18 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, establishing the estimated rates for fire rescue assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing a vacancy adjustment procedure, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. City Manager, number 18.
I don't think we don't have a presentation on that one. It is just the amount that we had talked about with the cap. So the services over time, if you remember back, if you can recall back to the original assessment that was done, 372 was the cap that was recommended by the consultant to keep us on par with the fire rescue expenditures. We talked earlier today about the increases in fire rescue costs. And the action that you're taking today is determining what the maximum amount that you would be considering during further meetings with regard to the cap on the fire assessment fee. The amount of 372 represents a $4.75 increase per month.
So let me just jump out ahead of this, Mr. City Attorney, because we do this every year, but to the benefit of my colleagues, the rate that we established tonight, and I know my colleagues to my right know this, is not the final rate. It's, we just cannot exceed that amount going forward.
Right, you cannot exceed the rate that you approved tonight.
Correct.
There will be a final resolution that was presented, that will be presented to you in September, and the numbers need to be at or lower than what you approved tonight.
So what I would recommend to my colleagues is, it says with the backup that we received separately, is the current assessment is 315. The consultant is recommending 372. I will tell you, I will not go for 372 at the end of the day, but I think we should approve 372 because we cannot exceed that. We can always pick a lower number, and we typically do, but we cannot exceed whatever number that we choose for tonight. So it's always the cap, the maximum number that we're seeking tonight, and we can always go, and typically do go below that number, but just to give ourselves some discussion going forward. That's my thought on that. Commissioner Hudak?
I really wish we would have had some kind of a presentation on that, but to just make a decision like that on the fly, I think does it a disservice. I thought we were going to have something that can kind of show us some numbers, some kind of a presentation. I know what the concept is and what we do, but I really think that, the public needs to see it and we need to see it so that we can kind of make a decision. That's just my opinion.
So let me ask this, Mr. City Manager, our next regular commission meeting is not until August 5th. Is there any harm, excuse me, in delaying this to that meeting? Or tabling this to that meeting?
We have to do it.
Yes. So we need to provide notice to the tax collector about the assessment. So that's why you do have
That's
these
why.
assessments on there. Not sure it could wait till August.
So with the August meeting and then following up with September, you'll have the opportunity to see all where those numbers fall. It's going to be somewhere between the 315 and the 372. So there will be presentations for that. This is just to give notification to the tax assessor that we would not be exceeding a certain amount.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Commissioner Hudak, if that's okay. No, I mean, that's okay. I just want to, let's hear from the other two commissioners and then we'll come back. So Vice Mayor Preston?
What did I see in the backup? I thought I saw that in the backup. Excuse me?
Yes, sir. There is
Yeah, it was in
backup
the
that
backup.
shows you what that historical part has been.
Yeah.
But as far as, with the actual July numbers for the property values and however the fire rescue fees actually settle out for what they will be for next fiscal year, those are in flux. As we know, we had a presentation earlier, but irrespective of those, that backup is what supports the 372.
Right.
Excuse me, Commissioner Shanetsky.
I have a question. This money, does it go directly to the city or is the county, Broward County involved as well?
The money is to the city directly to pay for fire service fees or to pay for fire services.
We, while you guys marinate on that, we will open it to the public for comment. Anyone in the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number, excuse me, number 18 this evening? Seeing no one in the commission chamber, I do see Mr. Cummings, was that that's what happens when you flinch at this hour. There are two hands online. We'll start with Mr. Hers. I see your hand up. If you could please unmute him.
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I think the commission is taking a very big risk to have that $372 number even on the table at this point. After the city manager's presentation earlier this evening, it seems to me there's going to be a lot of scare tactics coming tomorrow night at the budget meeting, and he may be forcing you all into trying to get the top amount that you possibly can. So a way to nip that in the bud would be to not have the $372 figure even on the table, which, just so you know, that's an 18% increase over what you're paying now, which is ridiculous. And I'm not quite sure what consultant you all hired, but he obviously doesn't care about the people and the added expenses and costs that Vice Mayor Preston even mentioned earlier this evening. So I would highly recommend that you cut that figure down so that there's nothing that can be said tomorrow night by the city manager that can talk you into that $372 figure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Next is Katie Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I also have a similar question to Commissioner Shanetsky's. If all of the money that is collected on that is every single property, including those that don't have buildings built on them, are they assessed the fire fee as well? I know that that was one of the reasons that they had moved the stormwater fees and such off of our water bill and put them on our tax bills, so that those people who don't have buildings per se built out on their properties would still have to pay for the stormwater fees, because they're going to reap the benefits of it. Is that the same for the fire assessment? Does that get done to every single address within the entire city, is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. I don't see any other hands, unless you do, Madam Clerk. I always like to double check because I have the Hollywood squares on my screen, just making sure. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. Commission, we have to make a decision. Don't everyone press their light at once. Commissioner Plow?
Okay, so for truly not setting the $372, but we have to provide something so that it appears on a tax bill, we can't hold up the Broward County from preparing their figures for us, right?
So the city generally uses the trim notice that goes out with the mailing, like your tax bill, to put that for the information for notice purposes to all the residents. So in order to get the trim notice out with a certain number, we need to take action soon. That's why I suggested we couldn't wait till mid-August. So you need to set a rate, a maximum rate. Whatever you're
maximum
setting
rate.
today is the maximum rate, but to be clear, that is the rate that folks are going to see on their trim notice. That will also advise them when the public meeting is for the consideration of the final assessment resolution in September.
Right, September 20, I remember reading. So really, we'll have all of our budget discussions long before that September 20th public meeting, and we can actually set the number. So what's the harm of setting a ceiling? Because on almost all financial things, that's what you want to do. You want to set a ceiling that doesn't go up past a certain point.
Well, that's what we're being asked to do tonight, is to set that ceiling.
Right. So I think that there's no harm in it. I think we don't move forward with it.
Just for clarification, at least for now, the public hearing on the final resolution scheduled for September 15th, 7 p.m.
15th, you said?
September 15th. Yes, sir.
Okay. It's not 20th. Okay.
Commissioner Plow, are you advocating for what number?
Well, I thought we're going to set the number later. I mean, if
The final
if the
number-
recommendation is 172, then we should go with that, knowing that we can trim it down,
We're just setting the maximum tonight.
maximum amount. Doesn't mean we're going to do the maximum amount.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but 372 is
I mean,
where you're.
372. I'm sorry, I missed.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hudak, you turn your light off. Commissioner Shinetsky.
My proposal is keep it the way it is right now, the rate that it is right now, we don't put a ceiling, just keep it the way it is right now. That's my recommendation.
315?
Yes, 315.
Okay. Commissioner Hudak.
Well, we do have to put a ceiling because if you leave it at 315, then we don't have any options to go anywhere else. So what this exercise does is set the max that we can go, but we can still go down to 315 if we decide to, but we can't go to 316 because right now I think it covers less than 42%. And I could be wrong, but that's just the number I have in my brain.
That's correct. It's about 44%, and at 315, it'll drop to either 40 or just below 40%.
Right. So I will make a proposal that we set a maximum at 365. And then we could always, that's the max that we can go up to, but we could also come down. But I don't feel comfortable with the 373 at this point.
Okay.
I would second that.
So, well, hold on. We had 372 from Commissioner Plow. This is just where everyone's thought process is. Commissioner Shinetsky at 315. Commissioner Hudak at 365. And I think I heard Vice Mayor Preston say that he would be okay with the ceiling of 365.
Correct.
Okay. Someone needs to make a motion.
I did make that motion and Vice Mayor seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
Mayor, just so I have the record clear. So that's a motion to approve the agenda item before you with the maximum rate of $365, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the second, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Motion to approve item 18 at $365 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
No.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 19 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the collection of nuisance abatement services assessments, adopting findings of fact, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing for notice, and providing an effective date.
Mr. City Manager?
These are the two properties that are in the backup. They're non-homesteaded properties, and these are properties for which we did work on and were not compensated by the property owner.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on item number 19, either in the commission chamber or online? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commission,
Motion to approve.
is there a second? Motion to approve item number 19 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 20 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting an amendment to the city budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, approving supplemental appropriations and budget transfers to and within various city funds, and carry forward of prior fiscal year appropriations and budget reductions to various city funds as set forth in the attached Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. City Manager?
Oleg, I have Oleg Orakovsky coming down.
Yes, Oleg Garachovsky, Chief Financial Officer of the city. So when the budget is established originally, we understand that's a moving target. There's changes expected as we progress throughout the year. And this is exactly what this incorporates. Over the year, we've gone through some changes. There's additional money came in for the pension, for example, for firefighters. So we're adding this money to the revenue as well as appropriating money into the appropriation side as well. So officially, this item amends the originally adopted budget.
Is there any questions? Nope. All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the commission chamber or online that would like to speak on number 20 this evening? Seeing nobody, close the public hearing. Commission,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion to approve item number 20 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plaut. Madam Clerk, roll please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We are now at comments by administration and legal. We go first, manager.
I have none. No comments from me. Thank you.
I have one comment. I think a resident raised it tonight, asking the question about the PFAS litigation. Additionally, I think the clerk got a question on it as well. So I just wanted to point out, we did hire outside counsel, as the mayor confirmed, for this. There are a number of settlements. I think the first anticipated payment, based on my conversations with outside counsel, are anticipated towards the end of this year. There are a variety of different companies who are participating: DuPont, 3M, Tyco, et cetera. And then I think the city is teed up for additional payments. It looks like in Q2 of 2027, based on the phases that the city was in and when they did the testing of the systems. It looks like the anticipation at this point is approximately $8 million cumulatively. And so I just wanted to provide, that's the latest information that we have. That's cumulatively amongst the settlements that have been turned into to date. And I have no further comment. Thank you.
Okay, item 21.
Item 21 is a discussion regarding the selection of a voting delegate to the Florida League of Cities 2025 Annual Conference from August 14th through 16th, 2025.
Mr. City Manager or Commissioner Hudak, do you want to lead this off? Commissioner Hudak, do you want to, I mean, you've been our voting member at FLC
since 2019, so why not keep the band together? I have no problems with it.
Is anyone else, before we decide, does anyone else want it? Anyone from the public, either online or in the commission chamber, have any discussion on item number 21 this evening? See, that's denied. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing on item number 21. Commission,
Motion to approve Mr. Hudak as our voting member for the Florida League of Cities.
Second.
motion to approve the voting of Mr. Hudak to FLC by Commissioner Plaut, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None. Let the record show unanimous consent. Number 22, Mr. City Manager, or excuse me, City Attorney.
Discussion regarding number 22 is a discussion regarding the appointment of Commissioner Plout to the Florida League of Cities Finance and Taxation Committee.
Commissioner Plout, you're the sponsor.
Okay, well, I'll be brief for obvious reasons. First of all, I did go to a 2-day training session by the Florida League of Cities. I learned a lot about how they train new municipal officials. I also learned that they have extensive training for all types of ethics and things like that. But I think this is a little bit of a twist on that. This is different. They also act on behalf of all of the cities in the state to bring legislation in a lobbying fashion to Tallahassee. What they do on an annual basis is they set up 5 committees, and the committees are various. I wrote them down on another piece of paper. I haven't memorized them all, but the committees deal with how municipalities are set up, taxation and finance, also code enforcement, different things that the cities are involved in. But the point is that there are so many issues by so many cities. The purpose of the committee is to meet 3 times. And the committee will meet 3 times in Orlando in September, October, and December. And that would involve a representative from each city to go up there. And the Florida League of Cities have already done their homework on a complete list of things that should be presented to Tallahassee for them to vote on during the next session. But obviously, they're not going to listen to everything. So the purpose of the committee is to look at all the things, find out what is the most important in a list that they are giving to us, have a discussion for the first time we get together and the second time we get together. And then when we get together the third time in December, we will vote on, we will narrow that list down to the most important things that their people will carry as a message on our behalf up to the legislators in Tallahassee. And I looked at those committees, and the finance and taxation just jumped out at me. I'm not a tax attorney, but I have spent the last 39 years as a licensed investment representative, and I'm still currently appointed, although I don't do appointments across that kitchen table anymore. I don't pretend to know everything about finance, but I still have a client base, and I've done a zillion financial plans. So that's what I've done since 1986, is look at how finances affect in the future. And I thought, you know what? I would like to do this, and I hope that I'm voted in to do this. I'm going to drive up there on my own. It's from 10 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and make a trip back from Orlando. And I'm going to do my best to represent the city. And I'm excited about it. And I hope you support me to go up there to represent Deerfield Beach.
I'll make a motion to appoint Commissioner Plout to the Florida League of Cities Finance and Taxation Committee.
Seconded.
Okay, but before we vote, we do have to open it to the public. Is there anyone that would like to speak on item number 22, either in the commission chamber or online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Motion to approve item 22 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by, I'm not, who wants it? Commissioner Shinetsky? You got it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. We're up to
Comments by the mayor and
the
city
mayor and
commission.
commission. District 1, Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of quick things. First of all, Deerfield Island County Park is open. So I went on the very first trip back on over to the island. It looks great. It's open Saturday and Sundays from 10:45 to 2:45. So Again, we talked about Sullivan Park today. We talked about the Sawgrass to Seagrass Museum, and Deerfield Island Park is now open. So I hope everybody takes an opportunity to look at all of the work that they've done to the island. It looks great. Also, Deerfield Beach Schools, the school grades for 2025 are in, and Deerfield Beach Schools did pretty well. Deerfield Beach High School got an A, which is up 2 grade points. Last year it was a C. Quiet Waters and Deerfield Park Elementary got a B, which is the same as last year. And then all other schools in Deerfield Beach, the middle school, Park Ridge, they received a C. So, one of the things that is the biggest challenge for the city of Deerfield Beach is the grades to our schools. When people are looking to move into various cities and they have children of school age, one of the first things a responsible parent does is look at the grades of the schools that their child would be going to. So I'm very happy to see that we're finally getting some movement and some upticks, because I just think it's extremely important that that we're educating our children as best as we can. And I know here at the city, we do everything that we possibly can to support the children. And I'm glad to see that the schools are starting to be recognized for some of the great teachers there and some of the great programs. We've talked a lot about the customer service issues that our residents are experiencing with the city. Earlier today, we had a church whose water was turned off on a Sunday. And it was through no fault of their own. It was because a meter that was supposedly going to them went to somebody else. We have some remarkable staff here at the city, and they're very, very appreciative. But I've talked ad nauseum about the fact that we are extremely reactive and we're not proactive. When someone comes to City Hall 3 times showing their water bill, showing that their meter has not been changed, and they still have their water turned off, that's an issue. And it's not the first time we've heard of these types of challenges. I've talked with the city manager on it, and he is aware, and he is being diligent in correcting that issue. So I do appreciate that, Mr. City Manager. I do. But it does have to change. It's something that's been going on for quite a long time. And I'm glad to see that you're putting it at the top of your list to get corrected. I don't think it is an attitude issue with staff. A lot of them are very, very professional. I think it's an ownership issue where you need to take ownership of your position, ownership of your department, and ownership of the city that you work in. Individuals are coming to you because they have an issue, whether it's to pay a bill or it's an issue with a permit. And your job and your mindset should be to help that individual, not to pass it on to the next person. So I'm glad to see that we're starting to get some training in and we're taking this seriously. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. District 3, Commissioner Shinesky.
Sure. Well, first of all, District 3 is in fine shape. In terms of the community of Century Village East, I've been dealing with constituent problem issues, everything from iguanas are eating up my garden, and I was able to have FWC speak with the resident, to elevator malfunctions, and I was able to have the Century Village East maintenance supervisor work with the condo president on that. In terms of, there've been some issues with code violations and resident accessibility, and that was brought up by the president of the Century Village East Condo Association, and I was able to coordinate with Adam Hofstein, who was very gracious in helping out, to addressing issues concerning that, and also to give some alternatives that they're still working on, including having HOA administer fines for code violations. So Adam was able to address that with her. I was the gentleman I was the person that invited Mike Friedman, who spoke at public comments concerning the lights being out, not only on Power Line Road between West Side Drive, which is the west side entrance of Century Village, to Hillsborough. But what he didn't tell you was, I've been working with Eric Powers and working with our city manager, as well as with the FPL representative. And we were able to get 9 lights in a row put up within the last 2 weeks. And in fact, I got an email from Mike Friedman, who spoke at public comments, saying, hey, we're making progress. So we are making progress. So I want to bring that up and give kudos to our staff on this. In terms of Crystal Lake, right now there's a $2.2 million piping and structural project for stormwaters. They want to stop flooding in the streets in Crystal Lake Drive and Northwest 45th Street. So it's an ongoing project. Hopefully it'll be done by the early spring of 26. So it'll hopefully alleviate any flooding. Also, in terms of Crystal Lake, I've been working with Crystal Lake Board of Directors, HOA Board of Directors, and on August 7th, been coordinating with the American Red Cross for a hurricane preparedness seminar. And also the American Red Cross is going to be having a sign up for smoke alarms and installation for residents of Crystal Lake, both phase 1 and phase 2. There are 2 communities in Crystal Lake, as well as on that same night of August 7th, the Broward Active Agency will be giving a seminar about the services that they offer to their 55 and older crowd residents in Crystal Lake, as well as they'll also have a sign up for free camera rings in Crystal Lake. So August 7th, it's being publicized so that the 400 plus residents of Crystal Lake will be able to take advantage. In terms of meadows at Crystal Lake, been working with Eric and the city manager to try to address putting a platform so that the residents of Meadows at Crystal Lake can cross safely over Military Drive Street so that they could have access to the supermarket. Their full board will be back in the fall, so we'll be able to follow up on that and hopefully get some sort of solution on this. In terms of the city, been getting some constituent complaints about the bathrooms in Deerfield Beach by the beach, especially the south side bathroom, which is broken. But in looking at the capital funding, there's going to be $280,000 in the budget to renovate the bathrooms in Deerfield Beach, both the south side by the pier. So that's a big positive. I want to follow up with the city manager. I've been discussing it. We had about a month ago, I brought up, why not fireworks in Weston Deerfield Beach? I voted against fireworks in the beach because we lost $80,000 within 5 years because the barge wasn't able to travel because of weather conditions. I did not want to lose another $40,000. That would have been $120,000 wasted. And I know to the peanut gallery out there, I know they're very cost conscious. But I brought up with the city manager and we had a great discussion on it. That in Weston Deerfield Beach, we could actually have maybe a fireworks show on Crystal Lake, not Tam O'Shanter Golf Course, but actually Crystal Lake, which is a very large water area. Now, in discussing with the city manager, he said that the city has a barge, so that the only transportation would be by a road, and we can do that. So maybe we can possibly look into having fireworks on Crystal Lake. I think that would be a wonderful thing. I also want to recommend, I went to the gala on June 28th for the 100th anniversary of Deerfield Beach. It was a resounding success. In fact, it was sold out. So I want to recommend that possibly we could have every single year, maybe around the same time period, a gala in Deerfield Beach. The great thing about it is the public was able to mix with the officials in a very relaxed atmosphere, and there was excellent entertainment, and it was very interactive. People were dancing, people were talking, people were laughing. So I recommend that maybe every single year we have a gala honoring the great city of Deerfield Beach that spotlights Deerfield Beach. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Plout, District 4.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to disagree about all the people dancing. They were on the dance floor. You were the one that was dancing. And I got it on video to prove it, okay? So, I had a wonderful time. I bought my first tuxedo, and, I looked pretty good in it, I thought.
I second that.
So, I do want to seriously thank staff for everything that they had to do to put together the gala, as well as the 4th of July celebration. You know, this is our centennial, and I know that we didn't have fireworks, but it still was special. And when you think about our centennial year, we're halfway through that centennial year, and we're 1 year away from the 250th anniversary of our country. So, the other thing, we're on that crime alert all the time, and my wife and I prayed for that missing young boy that was found on Monday. And I don't know what the parents would have gone through, because he came up missing Thursday, and I don't know the circumstances. All I know is he's safe. I don't know where he was, but that's 4 days over the holiday. So I don't know what happened, but thank God he's back. Okay, so it's real quiet over in District 4, except for when I went to come down to the office the other day. I saw somebody actually parked a golf cart on the corner of Power Line Road and 6th Avenue with a for sale sign on it. So, you know, I mean, you know, maybe I can put my old washer and dryer out there with a sign on it too. You know, I mean, I don't know what people are thinking, but you know, I guess they did it on the weekend when code enforcement wasn't around, but the Broward Sheriff's Office was very responsive to it. So I wanna thank you for that. I'll be on the lookout for those kind of things always. And the only other thing I wanted to say is, along with finances, I know a few meetings ago we had a representative here, Mr. Jose Lopez from the Lighthouse of Broward County. The Lighthouse is a charitable organization that helps the blind. And they first came a few years ago when Dave Santucci was a city manager, and they procured some funding from us. So whenever I see money going down out of the city for anything, I want to know about it. So I drove down to Sunrise Boulevard. I had an appointment. They treated me like gold, and I saw a marvelous, unbelievable complex, 2 stories. They had small children in there, teaching them how to use computers. And some people are partially blind, some people fully blind, but they were teaching those kids how to get information on these computers. These are elementary school kids. There was another music drumming session for people. I saw an adult session. Now, this touches my heart because I was raised by my stepfather, who the last couple of years, my wife and I took care of him. He was blind, and he was associated with the National Federation of the Blind and other organizations. So I really wanted to see this place. And so they had me go into an active class that had adults in there. One lady was elderly and been blind since birth, and said that this organization gave her a reason to continue living. She had been coming there for the last 15 or 17 years that they've been in operation and everything. And what's interesting about it was the things that they taught them. This wasn't a computer room. This was a kitchen. And this is so interesting. This is a kitchen with a sink, with a refrigerator, with cabinets, with a coffee machine. And they teach people how to do things that you take for granted. Like when you're filling your coffee, are you going to overflow it and burn your hand? Are you going to drop it? When you take your medication, are you going to overdose? Did you know that when you're blind and you get medication, they put a label on the bottom that has a reader that the voice tells you what the medication is and how often you're supposed to take it. So you're not just grabbing, because they're on all kinds of medications. So they're grabbing all these things. So I'm not going to go into all this detail, but they showed people how to become self-sufficient, how they can cook meals, take their medication, and do all these things completely blind. I couldn't believe it. And it is really, really something. It touched me. The Lighthouse of Broward. So we're sending some money down there to Sunrise, and if you have time to go down there, check it out. I was very impressed by it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston, District 2.
Thank you, Mayor. First, to reiterate, along with my colleagues, that the 100-year gala was unbelievable. Tremendous success for our city. A lot of people getting together. It was just really good. A positive. There was high energy that night. Staff did a great job. Mr. City Manager, please convey to staff the wonderful job that they did. I'm very happy to report to my colleagues that the Packer Rattler numbers are up on both sides, football players and cheerleaders.
Wow.
Yes, yeah, it's going really well. And so I just want to just say this, on the 4th, we had a tremendous fireworks show. And, oh, that's right, we didn't have I just couldn't. I just but I want to just tell you something. The drone show was very interesting, very nice. And so I know a lot of people complain, but my colleague, brought that up in the best interest of what he thought was for the city. And, he did what he thought was best. And I'm a firework guy. I wanted fireworks. I was on the losing end of that vote. But I want to just tell you, nobody should beat up on him because he did what he did because he thought it was right for the city and safety and all of the considerations. And I want to tell you, there was some interesting parts about that drone show that was really, really, really good. The 4th was really well attended. It was a great time. I had a great time out there with my family, and it just was awesome for a lot of reasons. And along with that, elected officials, get together and you give an agenda, and they try to keep us all coordinated and focused on doing things. And that sometimes is something that we can take for granted. I'd like to personally thank BSO, but in particular, Chief Adam Hofstein, who choreographed, an agenda and making sure that everybody, it's memorable for them. Things like that. You could have a person speak kind of rough or just not tolerant, not patient with you, and you remember not the 4th, you just remember the negative. And he goes to great extent to make sure that everything is professional. It's it's just nice. My whole family enjoyed it and talked about how nice everybody was to them. And I'd like to thank you, Chief. Was just very special. Kids, remembering that it was a good experience. Parents, we were treated with dignity. It's just was really nice. And you can take that for granted and forget to simply say thank you. So, and then along with that, you heard a situation that they had with the water being cut off at the church. That's a negative. And that was really tough. But let me tell you something. Here's the positive that nobody knows. There was correspondence and communication between the city manager and myself from the moment that it happened. Now, when it was told to me that the water was off, I called him. He immediately picked up. And that situation was attacked right from the very start. And a lot of people won't know the backstory on that. It was never ignored. It was resolved. And if the city manager wasn't on top of things And if he wasn't paying attention, that could have really been disastrous, but it was not. And it kind of sounded, in a certain way, and I can get the frustration that the people are having, but don't you think for 1 second that city staff, the city manager ignored the situation, because he did not. And he did a good job with that. So when we have challenging situations like that and some things that can be very, very negative that can reflect upon us, you have to always look at the positive. I think we have responsible people in responsible positions trying to do a good job. And sometimes it gets a little challenging and sometimes it gets a little tough, but our ability to overcome, our ability to recognize the thing. Our city manager said, listen, the city made some mistakes. And the problem was, I want to tell you, they had just paid a bill, a big, large bill. And I know those things will be taken care of. But if you don't have competent people in those positions, it gets worse. You talk about customer service, it gets worse. All of us are obligated, including commissioners, to have the greatest, be the greatest example of customer service there is. We are serving people. And that's our job, to do a good job. And we would hope that that would rub off on everybody that we are affiliated with. So I want to thank the city manager for that job that he, that you did doing that, which could just get past a lot of people, but it didn't get past me. So thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Excuse me. Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, Mr. City Manager, I'm behind on my email, so if there is an email with respect to the school grades, I apologize in advance. I haven't seen it. If there's not an email with the school grades, I would like that, just to see where Deerfield Beach stands. So either a separate email to me and my colleagues or the Friday packet, whatever's easier for you and your staff, but I would like to see that information, please. Secondly, this Saturday, the Historical Society is hosting Bahamian Independence Day at the Historical Society from noon to 4. So if you're around, come by and support our Historical Society. Third is at the gala that everyone loved, and I do as well. At the last moment came a reading from Congressman Moskowitz, and I made a joke in the blue folder at the gala to put it on eBay. Well, somebody took me too literally and took it. And so it's gone. So this is a replacement. So if you took it from the gala, please return it to the city. It's in celebration of our 100-year anniversary. There's no questions asked. Just put it in a basket at the fire station. But
Next to the camera.
but this is a replacement. I was going to put it on the next agenda, but we don't meet till August, and it'll be kind of stale by then. And I know the hour is late, so bear with me. And it is pretty short, but this is in the congressional record of the 119th Congress that was read into the record on June 27, 2025, by the Honorable Jared Moskowitz, who is our congressman, or one of our congressmen and women here in the city of Deerfield Beach. And he said on that day, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a truly special milestone for my district, 100 years since the incorporation of Deerfield Beach, Florida, which started in June 1925 as a town of just 500 people, has boomed into a vibrant city and one of the best places to live in South Florida. Deerfield Beach is special not just because of its natural beauty, but also because of the people who have built this city up for the past century and make it what it is today. I'm proud to represent parts of Deerfield Beach, and I'm fortunate to work with Mayor Todd Drosky and its local commissioners to deliver the federal resources this city needs to support its infrastructure, boost its economic development, and keep families here safe. It is truly an incredible place to call home. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and our colleagues join me in wishing a happy 100th birthday to the city of Deerfield Beach. I look forward to what this next century brings for this community and its residents. Jared Moskowitz, member of Congress with a nice little gold seal on it. So I appreciate the congressman taking time to recognize us. I will give this to the clerk when I am done. But if you have the original, please return it. And check eBay too. Yes. But last and not least, I want to thank again my colleagues. This was a long meeting with a lot of some of them intense issues that required some, discussion beforehand. And so I just appreciate each and every one of you. It's a pleasure to work with you and to be up here. Everybody was prepared tonight. The debate was very cordial. And that goes a long way because not only are the residents watching us, but the businesses are watching us, other elected officials are watching us. There's people that are watching us, and the way that we conduct ourselves is being watched by others. And so I just want to thank you all for being very professional in what you do and representing your residents. They all should be extremely proud of each district for what you do for our city. I appreciate those residents that are still here and online listening to us and watching your city and keeping eyes on us because we don't always get it right as the church situation goes tonight. But when we do, we're here to fix it. So with that, please come out to the budget workshop that we have tomorrow night. And our next commission meeting is not until August 5th. So it's a month until our next meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Commissioner Plow, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.